We are back again. Yes, yes, yes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. How are they today? Trust me, this one not be politics. So for some of you, we join us because of politics. Not be politics, not be politics. In fact, make I remove Peter Obi for president. May I remove and make some people not go switch from this one now to politics. I know them. And they'll just switch now. They talk about we'll remove that one for now. Not be politics. We are going to talk about our lives. Although politics is still about us, but this one is particularly, what is currently going on in Nigeria community. We're going to be talking about it. For me, I'm not to get experience for this matter, and that because all of us go talk about it. If you know so you get experience, come in, talk to us. Why is it that in Nigeria community there's a lot of divorce that is going on, divorcing everywhere? In fact, is even increasing every day. Do you think the postmodernism have affected many marriages, or the postmodernism have affected our mentality? We need to talk about this. And you can see the other one, the making of money. Most of the reasons why many are divorcing have affiliation with, I want to make quick money, either from the man or from the woman. Then you can see the other one, the disrespect. Most of the reason why people are divorcing, either my wife not they respect me, or my husband not they respect me, because respect have to be in both ways. We're also going to be talking about that. Although that is all we can raise. You might be able to come on with more. No, Nigeria Wash, I disagree. Yes, you're allowed. These are the things we're going to be talking about today. Although we've talked about the first episode, second episode, this is the third episode. Do you know that the last time we talked about this, from that time to now, a lot have happened? In fact, many ways don't happen now. It be as it gets. How the men take they do with men to make money? How the women take they do with women to make money? Or rather, to do with married men? Many things. I'm going to be talking about all this today. The main topic here today is that how come marriage is not the last again? Our papa, our mama won't last. What can they happen now? Why now? What is the problem? Make we dig can. If you breach of it, break can come out and dig with the problem. Let's sort it out if we can. Because many people don't have the guys for marriages anymore. You see someone who get married today, tomorrow, you got to tell your husband, say, no, I want to come out to. I not go fit stay this house. Oh, they hear from a man, they tell say, no, I can't manage you. You need to go meet your papa, your mama. Oh, it's also a lot of things that is going on right now. It's baffling. It's really baffling. To be honest, joke apart, it's baffling. How can you spend your time? I don't spend my time. This so agbada, everything finish. Go buy new money, buy you gift, everything, call your marriage. 2 weeks later, you say the marriage don't finish. Why buy all effort when me contact on the marriage? Or right, like the wedding. I don't call your wedding. Spray money, buy gift for you, buy fuel for my car. Why I take on? I even eat jollof rice. 2 weeks later, me they go ask now say where the dolphin might they go. I never reach out to them, so I don't divorce. It be as it get now. So these are the things we're going to be talking about today. We need more women to join us. I already have people on the backstage, but they are men. We need women. Madarita, you remember we have 10 spots. You need to be here. Madam Irene, you need to be here. Amo Yes Corner, we are waiting for you. You need to be here. And any other person that want to join us. But if you leave it, if only one woman there and 9 men, it will be as it get to. I'm not saying not talk, it will be as it get. They go jabaru this whole thing. But before that, before we join more people together, let me quickly acknowledge the people that we have here on the comment section. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, good evening to you, Mommy. Thanks for joining us once again. Rita Obey is right there with us. Thanks for joining us. Matthew, thanks for joining us. Good evening to you, Mike. Akiambari, thanks for joining us. Mr. Johnson Emmanuel, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you all. Rosie, Hey, Yosh, I see right there. Thanks for joining us this month. Inogiero, thanks for joining us. Good evening to you all. I want to be Ferdinand. Good to have you here this evening. Thanks for joining us, sir. And Joy, Gay, thanks for joining us. Extreme Bees, thanks for joining us. Good evening to every one of you. And God bless you now. Help us to share and like. But before that, let's listen to this.
Today, many women has lost their home because of lack of respect. I'm going to talk on the two sides. I'm not going to talk on one side. I will talk on the two sides. We all are guilty of some things that has made our homes to be terrible. One thing that made our parents last long in marriage as a then was because of respect. They had respect for themselves. The woman will respect the husband. Before he comes from work, she has cooked the food. As he comes, he makes sure he has his bath. He will say, "Honey, your food is ready." Or Papa John, Papa Messi, Papa Ovie, your food is ready. And then we begin to see that even then, when our parents are quarreling, you hardly know the quarrel ends in the room, doesn't come out. And when their children are about to get married, there are certain advice the mother will give to the children that will make them stay in marriage for a long time. Please share this video. It's very, very important. But today, it's no longer like that. Every woman wants to start claiming rights with the husband. Every woman wants to start claiming rights with the husband. Every woman wants to start saying that, me too, I have a right. Now we don't have the head of the home anymore, because the woman is working in the company, she's doing business, she's not a god of herself. As if the reason why you're respecting your husband is because he's providing for the family. If you know that you don't want to get married, you don't want to respect a man, honor a man, don't marry. What's more blame my brain is that most of the marriages that have been divorced today were made out of prophecy. Prayer point. You even testified, God have answered me. What exactly? I began to notice disrespect on the women part. Disrespect. Because when you disrespect a man, the man begins to look. When you disrespect a man, your opinion becomes useless to the man.
All right. When we talk about disrespect, okay. That one are true, shall, but you have to be in it both ways, right? You respect a man also respect you. But remember, men have so much pride when it comes to respecting each other's. Man need more of it. I know in comparison, they go come just now, they will come attack me. Say, no, how am I going to need respect pass? Okay, more say 50-50. My bad talk like that, I never need trouble. I would like us, because what this pastor is saying right now, before we continue with him, remember he stopped in disrespect. That how women are disrespect and compete with their men. Okay. Let's listen to this. I'll come back to this video, don't get me wrong, but let's listen to this. We will recapitulate on so many videos today, but let's quickly listen to this.
Can I tell you the truth? A man doesn't care if you love him. He only cares if you respect him. He doesn't care if you have money and do things for him. If when you talk to him like he's a child, or you talk to him with a tone that equals disrespect to him. See, women need love. Men need respect and honor. So I don't care how much you do, how much you sex him, how much you give him. If you got a slick mouth and don't know how to talk to him, oh, he'll go find somebody who is not as cute as you, that won't do as much for him, but respects him. Learn how to control that mouth, sis. That mouth do, well, what that mouth do matters, and it only matters if it's respectful. Remember that today and carry on.
See, our mama don't talk for there. Forget about her accent. A Nigerian woman, we live, we also they stay for the country where you say they stay. Oh, that America, Canada, UK, with her accent, yes, but she still know say you must respect a man, right? Not maybe they talk and I'm not attack me. Oh, and I'm they play all the video. I they play them. No, just come here, come say Niger what? Not be me talk calm. He say man don't need that one. Man don't need this one. Man don't need that one. The only thing we man need now respect. If you disagree, that is fine. If you agree, that is also fine. We all are going to be contributing to this. Remember. But for me, I believe say men like respect. Cause after I don't listen to this our mama, now then me can say, now true. Because sometimes self, man not even they remember whether a wife love herself. You know, they remember, to be honest, you know, remember. If your wife they give you better respect, you don't go even remember again whether she love you, she don't love you. Because that respect don't overshadow everything. But if she love you with her life and she did nag you don't go see the love. That's why I know Rachel. Make we move on to the pastor where they talk just now. You know, although I talk and see if you deal with your children, this video where they watch, so may they go sleep or may they go their room. Because we go show some things here that is allowed on YouTube, but not allowed for the kings. Make we move on. Make we listen to what our pastor they talk just now.
Exactly. I began to notice disrespect on the women part. Disrespect. Because when you disrespect a man, the man begins to look. When you disrespect a man, your opinion becomes useless to the man. Even if God said it's a partnership, it's a union, every union gets chairman. Please share this video. And you must respect your chairman. What men see as respect or love is not to post that picture everywhere.
Emmanuel Eriba, you must turn on your device, your mic, so that I can accept you to the panel. We can see you, but you are not on the panel because your mic is not turned on. Emmanuel Eriba, turn it on and join us. And meanwhile, the women that we are waiting for, you are not here. The screen is almost filled up. Not be so we talk yesterday, not be tomorrow. I call the talk say that before I come, before I not come. The time where we also want to come out now with the here, so whenever there the screen is almost filled up. Emmanuel, turn it on. I'm removing you now. Come back again since you are not, maybe you are not hearing us. When you are coming back, make sure you turn on your mic. Your mic. You have the right to turn on your camera or not. So we don't really have any problem with that. Okay, so let's move on.
What men see as respect is as love is respect, honor. I've seen women who insult their husbands in public. I've seen women who talk down their husband where his friends are. I've seen women who try to command the man, disgrace the man. And say, your wife, you're a knife, you're not a wife. In your mind, if you leave the man today, on that man outside that will be faithful to you, will marry you. Let me tell you, there's no faithful man out there. Every man has a weak point. Your husband can be a cheat, but the other man can be a stingy man. The other one can be a wife beater. The other one might even sleep with your younger sister. The other one might even molest your daughter who she brought from the other marriage.
While the other one can also be a killer. This pastor, you they talk, or guy, you they talk. So more they get her right. Your problem not be my problem. My problem not be your problem. Wait till I make you come up for your marriage. Feel be waiting go make the other person love in marriage. So it like some people will carry their matter, can't give you, or some people they advise you may leave your husband, may you leave your wife. Whereas they get their own problem will not be your problem. Your problem at this moment not be also their problem. Women they divorce their husband because they cheat. I'm not justifying anything here with the talk. Women, they leave their husband because saying ayakila. Abi. Any man with the beat woman, not be ayakila. Because ayakila for Nigeria, people that they pay money, may go keep us abi. But if you say kill your wife for her, you be ayakila oga. But I'm not gonna know who pay you. But what we are saying here is that any reason why you are leaving your husband, some people are passing through it, they are there to manage it. If you know you can manage it, stay. If you know you can't manage it, that's fine. But the rate of divorces right now, especially the Nigerian community, is alarming. To be honest, it's very, very alarming. Okay, let's listen to tell us for here. Oh, maybe now the fundamental human right where our women don't know. Now, I mean, they know the first stay husband house again. No, don't know. But our mother, where you say illiteracy affect the way we're that time, the manage bring us up. But most women are single mothers now for everywhere. For UK now, they see all of them, they push buggy, they go for everywhere. For Nigeria now, that one you forget. So I've talk and said I've been a postmodernism. So if we have to talk about the modern world, then fundamental human rights will come in. All right, no voila. We'll get there. We'll get there. We're gonna share this broadcast. We're gonna like them. Now God bless you, my people. Thank you. Yes, let's listen further with this pastor before we move on. The women, we are still waiting for you. Discussion will be starting soon.
If only respect is imputed in women, many homes will not be scattered. There's some women, when you give them money, when you show them road to have money, they don't turn God. They don't turn God. I'm not talking on one side, I'm going to talk on both sides. Yes, but let me deal with this first. Pride. Your husband talk on, you talk to. You say they will not tell you that a woman is the weaker vessel. My dear, now Paul talk that one. Women are not weaker vessel. Now bone, now God take create woman. Bone, oh, rib. Now man God create from sand. So now man be weaker vessel. Now woman be iron. The more rain beat sand, beat mud, the more mud get met. The more rain beat bone, the more bone get clean, the strong. Understand the phenomenon? How many men have you seen in GRA junction? Have you seen in the streets walking naked at night, waiting to carry spirits? But you see women, they get mind. So that ideology of women are math they get, not only math they get, now math be their power, is a very wrong ideology. Why don't you use your power to become Okonji Iweala? Why don't you use your power to become the former minister of petroleum? Why don't you use your power to become those voices that those people, that those women who have dollar that former minister who is late now, Dorothy? Why can't you use your voice to do something great for your generation? You are claiming women are the weaker vessel. Now matter of power, they use your man to wash your husband as if it's a rag. Even if the man not get money, man a man. Even if the man cannot provide for you now, tomorrow the table can turn.
Okay. On that one, I also have a reference to that particular video. Let me see if the reference is right here with me. Okay. The reference is not on screen yet. Okay, I'll come back to that. Let's move on.
You wash your husband A to Z. You say, man, now mat, now go my hand day. No, okay, if now mat, now go my hand day. Now hand, now my hand day. The man should beat you to pop. If actually, now by mouth or now by hand. If you know you cannot respect your husband, don't marry. Don't marry. Don't marry. So women will compare their husband with other people. Your friend is progressing. Can't wait for your turn. When you are progressing, was your friend progressing? You compare your husband with other people.
That one and one of the worst thing that can ever happen. Trust me. Any woman where they compare her husband with any other man, and a very strong thing. Comparison. See what the other one husband buy for him. you not fit buy me. Or see, pastor, preach on first. Preach on.
They buy new car, you want a new car, you won't get. Putting men under pressure. These are the cause of divorce. Putting men under pressure. You don't know how to cover your husband. The woman is the hair. Now hair they cover gorimapa. If there is a fault in the head, now hair they cover them. Today our mother say la la, our wife they say no, never. We go tell them you and your husband quarrel. You carry them enter.
Which one be we go tell them again? Women all can't speak for ourselves, because this pastor he say, I will go tell them what's the comparison all about? All right. Thank you very much, my people, for joining us. I appreciate you all. I have a couple of videos to play. I have to play all of them so that we have a lot to talk about. Okay. Let me play 5 more minutes on this so that I can move on to order.
You cannot enter social media. You and your get small fracas. You go on status. You write down what a life. You carry your husband enter social media. For your mind, social media in-laws. Most people who are praising divorced people on social media, let me tell you, those people are like double scatter. They found who go join them. I'm not saying she's not divorced. Divorce when the ground is actually if it's worth it. Don't divorce because money told you to come out, because you want to be clubbing, because you want to live a life that does not make sense. Don't divorce because your friend did well when she divorced. She traveled to London and America and posting pictures. If your friend tell you what she's going through, you understand that marriage is not a joke. That man you are insulting is a king to someone who will value him. This is why you see men going outside to actually.
Also, Oga Pastor, not vessel. For that one, I go add one to them. That man you are insulting, you say a king to another woman, right? That woman where you they used to learn how to beat, so now still queen to somebody out there. So we need to balance this matter, because not talk and go one side. Although you say you go talk, go the other side later. I just wanted to add this quickly.
Actually, look for solace. When you start insulting your husband and the husband sees money tomorrow, who shows care, who shows honor, who shows value, your husband will leave you. He will leave you. All man wants now peace and respect.
All right. On that note, remember, we have high rate of men in Nigeria, especially in Nigeria. In fact, in Lagos, I'm not too sure about other states, but in Lagos, I can testify to that. A lot of men in Lagos are sleeping with their maids. And why is this happening? Because wait till this man you talk now. Because they make me the think left and right. Say, does it mean say the maid they respect her more than the wife? Or because because for me, I don't know why man will reduce themselves to that level, leave your wife who is stand out in every angle, can they sleep with maid where they clean your house? So what attracted you to that? You understand? So these are one of the things as well. But meanwhile, let's talk about domestic violence. When we have to talk about respect, there's a video I played later on. I'm going to be recapitulating back on that particular video. But before that, let's talk about domestic violence. I will stand my ground on domestic violence. If you have a wife or you have a husband who is violent, who is a threat to your life, please, Oga, Madam, run, because he go kill you for free. Especially, although if he kill you for abroad, he go prison. Your life will be useless. But if he kill you for Nigeria, we law all day, you are finished. Because that country, so Nigeria, lots of women, they suffer well. Yeah, they suffer. Their husband go beat them for free, nothing they happen. Domestic violence. Let's quickly take on this video here. You see this fine girl, so where they left hand side, so. Now they say, this girl, you're fine, so wait, fair, we get get tattoo, we get cross tattoo. So somebody tell me for either panel or this is una they see the picture did there. Una they see
We this
Yeah, we are seeing her.
We see him. But we
Me
don't
not-
see the cross. How
me
you
not
don't
the
see
see
the
am.
cross?
I know they see the
cross dey
tattoo.
You can see the
hand.
cross.
How
I
you
can
don't
see the cross.
Cross they hand there, God.
Because the way we just they talk and say the get fine, this fine get so. How you just see the
Okay, Oga.
Elvis,
Yes.
me, I not see the girl because what she wear no let me to see her.
Okay, no
But
bad.
every see and finish. I bet when you hook us up, then we know how to see them.
Okay. Okay, people for comment section say that they see him. Okay, good. Let's move on.
Okay.
Let's move on. When I say this girl, not sure she fine finish. Hold on. Make una mute, make I talk now. When spirit they lead me like this, make una let me talk. Calm down now. Especially Engineer Ken. When you hear woman like this, you know they concentrate again. All right. My people, let's come to the realism. This girl where you're fine finish, so you don't die. The woman don't die. Now, husband or boyfriend or whatever, a man, beat him. He first he sleep with him. As they finish sleep with him, he kill him. He cut into pieces. He can't put him for inside rubber bag, put him for inside bin. He can't carry and go inside one forest. Because PG, I tell they talk this one talk sensitive situation, case like this, PG because of where we did. He can't carry and go one somewhere. That's why I say don't kill him. He don't cut him. He not do there. He can't carry and go that somewhere, drive miles. He can't go pour fuel on top of it. He can't burn out to ashes. You know why? You know why he do him? He say he cheat on him. Now, for some of us, when they say, don't divorce. What can we say about this? Don't worry, maybe not worry. We have a lot to talk about today. Because remember, this girl now, if now your sister, now your mama, now your pikin, you don't go happy say one man just do one like this, end her life like that. So we say, make us show now the eyes of the man will kill him, man carry all of us go down. Una for see him. You know, see that guy with day back, so that guy's so now you do the thing, so go see him. That man we get line for his head, so we day back. I go play the video now. I'm not worry. Video day. I kill him.
Now, from now on, be an outcast in the community. The court is of the opinion that the following would be an appropriate sentence. For the assault charge, you are sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. For murder, you are sentenced to 30 years imprisonment. For the attempt to defeat or obstruct the course of justice, you are sentenced to 4 years imprisonment. In the interest of mercy, the court orders that 2 years of the 5 years on count 1 and 4 years on count 3 run concurrently with a sentence on count 2. Your effective sentence is therefore 32 years in prison. Your advocate had nothing to say in regard to section 12.1 of Act 60 of 2000. Therefore, in terms of that section 12.1 of Act 60 of 2000, the court does not order otherwise, which means that you are now automatically unfit to possess a firearm. You understand?
Yes, sir.
I do not have to explain the accused's right to appeal because he has a legal advisor.
All right. Now, so that one take go for that beautiful girl in so she's no more. You know, in case the reason why I quickly come to that, for some of us that is already justifying divorce, no need all that. More could see I'm say a lot is going on. A lot is going on. A lot of people are passing through from men the same way we are passing through from women. Okay. Meanwhile, remember I talk about respect since. Let's talk about I cover himself. The way he take open all his shirts, it still be like saying he still did the market for inside Abuja for there. because they say there's plenty where they do all this business for there. So now make me carry that one come. But the woman, another celebrity, why I tell you, I just not say I want show now. I don't go find the video come. You know, make una hear what she they talk for here.
The husband is sweet. Do you know that somebody's husband is the sweetest man on earth? Person husband, they sweet past single guys. I'm talking about husband. Person husband will get money. Person husband, they sweet. It can't was be say the guy can't find, can't sabi knack, can't get big bowler, can't get money. Trust me, married men are the sweetest. Jesus. Married men na baka madishi, ona baka madishi. Married men na to hana baka mishi. Married men are the sweetest. Trust me. Single guys are not sweet because they have divided attention. Married men are the sweetest. Hana baka mishi. Oh my God. Married men na baka mishi. Married men na to ha to bomo. Why? Nah.
Somebody need to come and explain that Bakamak Beshi for us. So Bakamak Beshi, we don't know what that one mean, but
it means it's breaking her head. That is making her. It's breaking her head. In other words, like it's.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, some of that. Yeah, I can hear a bit of what she said.
Okay, thank you to Naja. This one, an actress, so not be saying a random person now. She don't want me her face there. She don't talk. Where she go? Proper actress. Celebrity. Before that time, they do all these things, they hide them. But now, they don't hide them again. Remember, I said they don't first year allege our former governor for those states before, Oshomole. Say he still do this kind of thing with, what do they call that actress now? Omotola Jalade. You know, say that one don't marry, tele. He can't bust. So Omotola Jalade can come out. No, now only hug him. Why see for somewhere I hug him, nothing happen. But someone not respond to today. So they can still say Dino can come out last week now. Dino respond. He say he wants to sue that person where he mentioned his name with those people. But as when they wait, he never still sue them. Because that one can't reply on that Dino message for Instagram. Tell and say you they play, you not fit do anything. If you sue me, I go reveal more. As we they talk, so Dino don't enter house. Dino not talk again. Dino Melaya now they talk so. Now they talk so. So meanwhile, it remained two. Make we hear this one.
I believe say that woman or that man where you marry, so you date him, you ask questions before you marry. The rate of divorce now is too much. It's too much. And our celebrities, they make other small marriage, they break. Yes, they break. See, basketball, you don't marry for how many years? You don't divorce your wife because of outside. Outside good, that be outside. People when they inside, when they find it difficult, you won't go outside. P-Square, divorce your wife. Bayro, divorce your wife. Why they run follow whiskey up and down? Anyway, not be wife again, they don't divorce. But it's not good. You need to come abroad, because stay. If you come abroad, because you will love your wife. Any woman when you marry for Nigeria, if you come abroad, you might be like Beyonce for your wife. Because when they did together, no movements. The level of misbehavior for Nigeria too much. So what the divorce? As of today, I speak to you, so January never finished. The divorce for Abuja court now, divorce case they get now 3,400 for only this January. I just want to not divorce. We'll call social media, not divorce. I don't want to sit on social media again. You hear me? If you don't say nothing, no one marry, friend the guy, leave the guy, the guy go. You get too. If you don't stay with that man, friend the man, leave the man go. Waste money, grab us, bash, be. They'll pray for now, wish now, carry pastor, come full pastor, carry community, come full everybody, not divorce. P-Square, you P-Square. Leave your wife, you carry young girl, the post game in front. That girl good well. That guy there outside. I want to see you inside. Basketball, I want to see you inside. If nobody will tell, I go tell them. But they disgrace the youth. Disgrace the youth. You know, Sagu, I never talk, but you be bros. But you misbehave.
Okay. We'll stop that one there. Let's listen to what the people are saying. Okay. The pastor is saying that man don't need this, he don't need that, he don't need that. Waiting man need now respect, peace of mind. Remember, I said that our mama first talk and says more recapitulate back on them again.
Sis, Can I tell you the truth? A man doesn't care if you love him. He only cares if you respect him. He doesn't care if you have money and do things for him. If when you talk to him like he's a child, or you talk to him with a tone that equals disrespect to him. See, women need love. Men need respect and honor. So I don't care how much you do, how much you sex him, how much you give him. If you got a slick mouth and don't know how to talk to him, oh, he'll go find somebody who is not as cute as you, that won't do as much for him, but respects him. Learn how to control that mouth, sis. That
Okay, when I hear that one. All right, my people. I appreciate every one of you. I guess that is all we can present for now. We will recapitulate back on that, Pastor, later on as the discussion they go. But meanwhile, I would like us to talk now. We have a full screen. Thank you very much, my people, for joining us. May God bless every one of you. Please continue to share this broadcast and like the broadcast. And let's talk about the things that is affecting our marriage. I don't say our, their marriages. Things that is affecting their marriages. More put on like that. Who to blame? Who to blame? So, lefties, please quickly talk on this. Let's move on to the panelists. Good evening to you.
Myself, I think say we'll not go talk today because the video were just like showing the whole talk for today. Some people don't come out with join us from Nigeria. They don't get enough data to watch all the video before they want talk. I know say one woman where I be
Yes,
invite.
Emerald, if you are
Yeah.
still watching us, we missed you. I know you were joining us from
Now,
Nigeria.
now Nigeria, Benin City to be precise. But you know now, they don't get that data to
stay long.
stay first listen to video. They just get the topic, they want to talk their experience.
So, Emery, you can still join us later when anybody internet fail. We are talking now.
Anyway, the video don't speak for itself. The first video we you play today, they talk about respect. Really, truth will not lie. Respect. Now, one very good ingredient for relationship. It not must be the woman must respect the man. Both of them need to respect each other. Now, respect, first of all, they keep relationship on. Though the first person they try to make her look like you must respect the man. No, the man must also respect the woman. They both must respect themselves. Respect and appreciation. We must appreciate, if we appreciate ourselves, we must respect ourselves. That's our first thing. More not make her look like only man deserve respect. Like the woman, the second woman say, man na respect in need, then woman na love in need. If you don't get respect, you don't feel love your woman. Now the same thing will still run to. If you don't love your wife, you don't go feel respect her. If you don't love her, because love and respect they go together. If you love somebody, you will definitely want to respect that person. So let's put it like this: that love and respect now almost one word. Because love and respect. You know, if you love somebody, you know the respect, it's not possible. When you really love, real love, not be love because of friends for benefit. I'm getting something from you, like the one we go tear rubber because this man he gets what he takes. You know they love the man because the man in a man. No, they love her because the man get what it takes to take care of her. And unfortunately, she go get the wrong one. Look, guys, we play video of the one we come from. I just ran them up together. The one we come from America or wherever the Igbo, but that one will not feel authenticate.
All right, we don't get call from Madarita. Sorry,
Okay.
my brother. Let's hear from Madarita. Madarita, good evening to you. We lost you. Let's say your network. I will not understand. We don't lost Madarita right there. Let's see if we can call her back quickly. Okay, she's trying to call us back. Go ahead, lefties, before she call back. Okay, she's already calling back.
I know.
Okay, Madarita, good evening to you. Talk to us.
Yes, good evening, good evening, everyone. Sorry, I'm actually on the road. I think I'll probably join you guys maybe in a few minutes, but I don't know if Mr. Collins from yesterday was there. The one that was talking for the man on the red hat. Well, if he's listening to me, I know I raised my voice yesterday at him. I want to apologize, but I still stand by what I said. Anyone who doesn't support Peter the Rock Obi, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, not in a bad way, but to educate you.
Okay, not to can go politics, so.
No. I mean, politics is a game of numbers. I mean, I just want a better Nigeria. I just want a better country, and I believe everybody wants the same thing. But Mr. Collins, if you're listening to me, I'm sorry I raised my voice at you. I don't normally do that, but I don't joke with Peter the Rock Obi. I want Nigeria to be good. But for this topic, I think I just entered when one lady was talking about married men are sweet.
Yes.
The thing is, most of these men that talk like this, they are very lazy. Do you think a man just became sweet from when the mother gave birth to him in the hospital? Of course not. It takes hard work. It takes years of sacrifice. And in most cases, for a man to be like that, married men, specifically for married men, the women worked hard for their husbands to be like that. There's some men that you will like today, but if you look at 10 years back, you won't even look at that man because he was a different person. It takes somebody to affect your life in a positive way and you grow. So all these young ladies saying that married men are sweet, it is easy for them to say it because they are lazy. It takes hard work for a married man to be sweet. That's just the message. And apart from the one with the respect, you know, when you were talking about respect, my husband was shaking his head and like, yes. I was like, look at this one. Thank you, leftists, for the first time. Respect is reciprocal. Respect goes both ways. A man must respect a woman must respect a man. But in all of it, I believe that a man is the head of the home. It's not just saying head of the home and then you are not active like the way our fathers were respecting a true head of the home. But like I was saying, we have to evolve. Elvis, our last topic, I said men have to evolve. Marriage has to evolve with the times. The times of marriage today is not the time of marriage of our fathers. So once we get that fact right, I think everybody can be on the same page and compromise, you know, to a certain level. That's all I have to say for now. But I pray I'm able to join you guys later.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Madarita just draw my ear now to say marriage don't involve, not be marriage of yesterday, we see day today. But that will go make me go back to that marriage of yesterday. That marriage of yesterday, we can't discover say that marriage of yesterday come better past marriage of today. Because yes, marriage of yesterday, the women were faithful. Like the other man that said, and I've witnessed this, social media is one of the things that is destroying marriage of today. Westernization. You see married women on social media, and it's so tempting. And they are seeing some of these boys looking at them, you know, waiting when I see better thing. Matt go want chop the food. Now I defer chop food before belle go, you go enter belle sweet. Social media is one of the things that is destroying marriages today. I won't lie to you. Women now goes on social media to just to pick men, to see. I mean, this is not, if you are not ready for marriage, please don't go into it. Because marriage is for better, for worse. Social media has exposed a lot of women to so many things. That is, they can be in the house. It's not like before. You go to marketplaces on market day, nine boys they go see fine woman. Market day, or there's an occasion, burial, market day, chieftaincy for those days. That is social gathering. You see boys they run go because people will come. But today, it is not like that. You can be in your house. You are doing social media with everybody. It's now social media has made it very easy for promiscuity and make it is causing the divorce. In fact,
okay,
you see a married woman, unmarried man catches you on social media, convincing you. You know, we are human beings now. Because some boys are just there. They are destroyers. They are not married.
We have another call, leftist. Hello, good evening to you. Turn down your device. Your name and where you're calling us from.
Yes.
Yeah, good evening, Naija Wash.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, Yeah,
Your name, sir. Your name and where you are calling from.
oh, my name is Augustine. I'm calling from the UK, Liverpool precisely.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Talk to us. 1 minute.
Yeah, I want to first of all appreciate my sister who just finished talking.
We have so much noise from you, sir. We are not hearing your voice. Your children.
The baby is talking.
I appreciate my sister who just finished talking before
Okay.
I make this call in.
All right.
Yeah, like as my brother that is just speaking now is saying, I want to put it to many of us to our understanding to get it in this form. Being as a human being, let's take it in this perspective. If you know what is not good for you, you don't do it to another person. The problem we have in relationship, marriage, divorce, and all those things is for two people. You as a man, if you know what people cannot do to you, don't do it to another man. You see a married woman, you start to put your eye on that woman. You start to find a means to get involved to that woman. It is you who are involving the woman. The woman is not involving you. It is that lady that is involving the man. The man is not involving the woman just because of their interest of something to get part of that man or part of that woman. He who slept with another man's wife is a curse. So we should all learn, whatever we do, we should always blame ourselves. Every man, every woman who have one way in order gets messed up in their marriage or in their relationship, they should blame him or herself. Don't put the blame on any person. Because in life, what we sow is what we reap. Being as a man from a good home, from a home that you were brought up as a child from a good parents, you must understand that when you get to a stage you are going to marry or you will start having a girlfriend or a boyfriend, try apply those training you get from your home. Because we all come from a home. Look at your parents. If their character is not like what you are possessing, your father and your mother have been in marriage, you will see some 50 years in marriage. Try to imitate your parents. Try to imitate their knowledge, how they behave. So don't just bring yourself to a stage because social media, as my brother is saying, that social media is what causing everything. It's not social media. It is our character. Our character, not social media. Because you cannot think you want to sleep with another man's wife because the man has money, you can influence yourself to that woman to be getting money from her, from the husband. Because that is your plan. You know it will make you laugh, it will make you live long, but don't engage on it.
But sir, hello, sir. Hello, are you hearing me? Are you hearing me, sir? Hello, you are not hearing me.
Allow him to finish. Just allow him to talk. Allow him to talk.
No, hold on, sir. What about women? What about women that is proud? Because we just played a video of a woman saying that married men, they sweet so much. Will I say they blame only men now? What about that women where they target married men?
No, it's vice versa. It's the same thing I'm saying. It's the same thing I'm saying. No, I'm not blaming. See, my brother, I'm not blaming only men. I'm blaming both men and women. I say any woman who put eye on another woman's husband, he should blame herself. You understand?
Okay.
So it's a thing for both sides. You cannot wake up in the morning and see another man's wife. You want to engage. You see another woman's husband. You want to engage.
Okay, good. Now you balance out.
Your evening is not going to be better. Whatever you do in your morning, it will affect your evening. So don't think when you do all these things, it will not come back to you. So don't even think of those who are divorcing, who are remarrying. It's their fault. They will always blame themselves in the evening. It's
Okay.
just like
Thank you.
just like some women.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, let me quickly say this. Let
Yeah.
me quickly say this.
30 seconds.
Some women, some women have used their husband, their real husband as their boyfriend. They throw them off. Some men have used their wives, who's supposed to be their wife, as their girlfriend and throw them off.
Okay.
You understand?
Thank you.
So I thank you, Mr. Naija Watch, for your channel and everything you are doing. I want to completely appreciate you,
and
your panelists that are there. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you so much.
God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Austin, thank you very much for your contribution. But I want to let you know that you just said it. Yes, you are correct. But my point is, socialism, then, how normal, what your eye not see, your body not the want am. Social media is one of the distraction of marriages today. A woman will be at home. She's on social media. You see all these boys that have no respect for themselves. The woman will tell the boy, I am a married woman. They still will not let her be. At the end of the day, sometimes you see the woman budging. Probably you just have some problem with the husband. So, like I said, social media has added a lot of not made marriages good.
Yeah, but we still have decent women out there that is on social media that cannot do the things that is going on today.
Sir, most decent women left. If most decent women will leave social media, because I've seen lots leaving. You'll say why? You'll say no, the problem is too much. The temptation is too much.
No, you don't have to leave. A lot of people.
Many.
No, but you don't have to, because it doesn't have connection with social media leftists. You don't have to. We're in a postmodern world. 95% of some people's life is on social media, because that's where they make their life. That's where everything is happening. It's a choice. It's just like you started smoking today. People will be telling you that your friends influenced you. No, I grew up with friends that smoke, that drink. I don't drink, I don't smoke. I've never tried both of them in my life. So don't blame anybody for your misfortunes. Don't blame anybody for your actions. It's up to you. That's what I believed on. Social media is an avenue that benefited so many people's lives today. Social media, that make people who they are today. So if you choose to go to social media to go and emulate how to take Igbo, or how to sell drugs like Tinubu, or how to sleep with people's wife and sleep with people's husband, is your cup of tea. We have another person on the phone. Hello. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. Your name and where you calling us from?
Okay. I'm Pastor Alex calling from Italy.
Alex, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, may God bless you, my brother. This topic is very, very interesting. Hebrews chapter 11. It says, faith comment when you begin to hear the word of God. That is, women that focus their attention on social media, they never stay in your husband's house. Bible never told woman to love husband. Bible told woman, say, submit unto your husband. Why you husband love your wife? That is, a woman who does not know how to submit, love will never come from there. You will see, we the men can easily forgive and forget, but women, they never forgive. That is, if you see any woman that wants to stay in husband's house, one, pride. Throw away pride. Number two, do not copy other women. This is the one. Look at this sister. This is the way the husband treat her. You want to use that one in your home. That marriage will spoil. Any woman that wants her marriage to prosper, one, you have to be submissive. Not all offense will be counting against your husband. Which look, again, whatsoever your husband is doing, try to be calming him down. One day God will touch my heart. They will love you, begin to be loving you. Don't say that you are using your husband to be comparing another person. It's not good like that. Today, marriage is not destroyed everywhere. I pray may God not let our marriage be destroyed. The problem is from the women first. Though the men have their own, but the problem is for the woman. Anybody that wants his house to become one, the woman, don't compare your marriage to another person.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. May God bless you.
God bless you, Mr. Alex. Okay. All right.
Well, I will just be running up so that other persons can speak. For me, I think the men also should also know how to make their home perfect. If you have a woman that is not meeting up to your expectation, you also have the right to support that woman emotionally. Because Mr. Elvis, you said something that any marriage that is violence, we advise women to pack away. Me too, I will stand on that ground. If you have a husband that you know that is always beating you and is one day go kill you, I support such kind one for divorce. That is violence. Apart from violence, every other minus violence, every other one can be managed. That's my position. The
Okay.
man is the head of the house. The man should also learn to emotionally support and see how he can convince some of the women, not all, because some, what did their mind, that they do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. When we talk about like what our a part that called just now just said, I would like to tally that up with a video here. Because when some women always shouting on their husband and all that, I think I have a video. It's a video that can elaborate more on that speech from that man from Italy, because I support him.
Listen to everything you told him to do, he wouldn't be your husband. If your husband listened to everything you told him to do, he wouldn't be your husband. He would be your child. You see, there's a big difference between parenting and partnering. And marriage is supposed to be an opportunity for two people to come together with their own ideas, their own opinions, and challenges that you guys get to work through in deciding what is best for the both of you to continue growing and moving forward together. But your controlling spirit will trick you into believing that by you being in control and dictating what happens and when and how, that you will just feel better, that things will just be more efficient that way. But what I want to remind you of is that your controlling spirit is only an opportunity for you to lose yourself, build up a whole bunch of resentment, and eventually burn out. You understand?
You see, you know why I played this video? Because that man will call yours down, he talk and finish. Some women shout and try to control their husband, and they now feel like, okay, now they can't get the house. Meanwhile, let's give opportunity for others to talk to us. The first person today here that we have here is although some people have left, but the first person that we have on screen right now that needs to talk to us is Midwest people. Midwest people, good evening to you, sir. Talk to us.
Good
Let's
evening,
take
sir.
3 minutes, please. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
I greet everybody. I greet the entire house and listeners and viewers all over the world. We greet all of you. This topic is a very sensitive topic because you showed a lot of video. So they are also very related. And
Yeah.
I think the problem here is this. For me, I strongly believe this is a general global problem. But my greatest concern is my own people, Nigeria. Most of us that live in advanced world here, the greatest pain I have when I see men, when they see topic like this, all they refer to is that's why, may God bless Sister Rita, because when she talks sometimes, I always, pick a lot of things from her. Just that little call, it really touched me when she's used some words there. Because daughters that were raised with parents who know the values of discipline, you can sense it from the way they approach things. You see, when you call some men, particularly women, you know what they say? They will say, because the women don't know their right, that is why their mother married. So that's the say the marriage of our forefather were marriage they were compelled by our father or their parents to be a wife. If not, they would have been a divorcee also. I don't really understand the point they are dragging from. We know that times do change and we need to change. But we can't throw away the foundation that is on ground and said we want to establish completely a new thing and expect it to work. Oibo, if you want to be an engineer, they are going to start with you with history of engineering. They don't throw it away. Why they are modernizing. medical doctors will testify, all professionals in the world. If you want to read economics, you want to define it for you, they will bring so many definitions. But the one way it make sense, we not gonna make sense. They will teach you all. It's also like that in marriage life. But the problem is that the white people that we are, trying to say their own human right, this and that, it's not working. They have put structures in place. Paraventure. Imagine when they discover that marriage is no longer no longer working, they try to come out with a solution that let there be like they are together, but it look like marriage, so that they can raise their children. They now start making provision financially. All these women, child support they are fighting for. It came because of they knew that there's already an earthquake, of marriage divorce earthquake in their society. And the danger is that it's going to destroy their society. It will mark the end of the people. And they will become they will end up bringing up a useless society. So they make sure they support the mother to say, you raise this child. And that is why you see the way they are collecting African children. Once they start giving you this money, inside where you send that child to, there are people that monitor that child because they believe that is their future. They never turn eyes away. How you use the money, they want to know. Sometimes you see them, they just come in, they pack the child, and they will be crying on TV because you never follow the due procedures. Let me go back to our African side. I am proud of my own culture and my own tradition as a Benin person. When I look at where we are coming from when it comes to marriage, I know our parents were not perfect. The traditions of marriage was their constitution, and that is how they arrange it. No constitution in the world that has been able to solve every problem of people in a society. That is why you see amendment. Some have worked perfectly. Those days, I still refer to it. The tradition permit the man to marry many wives. The answer is yes. But can we practice that these days? The answer is no, because it's not attainable. But when you look at the foundation they built that something upon, is that man is the head, backed by Bible and backed by our tradition, backed by Quran, any spiritual book you want to read. And that is why I said I respect my tradition and I value it. But today, the reverse is the case. Those traditions you see, they were spiritual. They understand that human being is a spiritual human being. We are full of deceiving ourselves. That either because we are married, we cannot be tempted. Either because I'm a pastor wife, I can never be tempted. Either because I read the Bible so much, I don't have temptation in me. The answer is no. Every blessed day you leave your house as a complete human being, both male and female, whether you are married or not. There are occasions you see a man, a woman I'm talking, and many women will agree. They will say, wow, something crossed their mind. But the spiritual, if they are connected, this is where the spiritual, the tradition was spiritual now. And Bible teaching was also spiritual to it. When the voice of that temptation speaks, it doesn't have a foundation to affect your thinking. Because the voice of the tradition, fear of God, and the word of God you are saying help you to overcome. But we deviated from that tradition. I still refer back to my tradition. When a woman is married in Benin culture, from that day on, they will put her, when I mean Benin, I mean Edo, I mean Isha, I mean Eka, we are very related. When you see the way the way we treat our marriage those days. Now, when that woman is married, they will put her through to some certain levels. Let's put aside this time. If you like, you don't swear the idol of your family or whatever. But there are some information that will pass to you. We deserve to have those informations. We neglected it.
All right.
We put everything aside. It doesn't matter these days. Women they don't even care whether they don't look at what they wear, knowing very well that the temptation is there. Why do you think those men were staying away from married women those days? They don't tempt them. They don't entice them. They are very careful the way they approach them, because the woman from distance, from addressing, from doing, it has appeared to this man that she's married. So they stay clear. Benin men were also raised in the tradition to fear adultery. This is not like women were raised to Benin men fear adultery. Every Benin people. It is the culture because it carries a lot of consequences. I am trying to relate on teachings. Let me give you an example, my brother. One old man in Nigeria want to marry one young girl some years ago. I don't want to mention name. It's like the whole social media carry fire, but the marriage is still going because I saw tradition in that marriage. I'm not encouraging it, but those who claim they are doing Western home, look at the news today. Let's go back to the Christianity we practice today, because that is the real factor. When these so-called powerful men of God who claim that when God speaks, they hear, started divorcing, Satan took advantage of the country.
Okay.
You can't deny that fact.
Thank you.
We're in a total mess. But my worry now, when will Nigeria government rise and see the future? 11 years are already eating drug in our country because of marital breakdown. Our time, it was not like that. But they refer to the culture, women will. I don't know how their father treats their own mother. My father was a traditionalist. He respected my mother, and he respected every one of us. I know some men were also violent those days, but they were not violent to kill their wife. They were not violent to be a flirter. Even when they married one or two wives, they never flirt. We did see them flirting with different kind of men, women. And when they want to marry, they are very conscious that they know that marriage is very complicated and it's not an easy something. They watch carefully. They have children. They don't jump into woman because woman don't wear miniskirt those days. No. If you don't even dress properly, it's signal that you are very irresponsible. They stay away. So today, the reverse is the case. We don't have the spiritual knowledge to handle marriage. And we need to pray for God to help us. The traditional one, we have turned back on it. The one they drag us to say, now Bible, it not establish anything. Because even the pastors themselves, they are not changing the doctrine. In those days, when the tradition was very strong, they stand upon that tradition to teach people that marriage is forbidden, divorce is forbidden. When they have weakened the tradition on the other side now, they themselves are now say, if man want to kill you, run away. The truth is this, I agree. When your husband is violent, just go away. However, you woman, you can turn some quiet man to become violent. Check your own character also. And you young man, if you see your wife, she's the type that is now putting you on the track to be violent, tell her to get out before they will put your name as a murderer. We need to be balancing all these things. Some women know they hear word, they not raise them up. When they reach where husband, they start nailing you till they don't understand how marriage be. Some women want to go to club when they are still married. When they dress, the man will call them, no, you can't wear this. That is where the problem will start. It's trying to control me. It's trying to dominate me. There are reasons for things. If you don't want to marry, stay clear. We need to revive the society because like we don't have resources to manage this problem.
But now, before
yeah.
you come, who do we now blame, the men or the women?
If I want to blame the spiritual aspect of it, the custodians of the traditions, they were weakened by foreign religions that they brought because the foreign religion did not enhance. They stand upon that traditional foundation to be preaching the Bible. The voice is forbidden. You agree with me that the olden days teaching is that if you marry in Christ, one wife, one woman, you will never divorce. We should agree to this teaching. This is what they taught us those days in 80s in the Bible standard. Mm-hmm. But the pastors are the one divorcing today. So it has affected. We cannot blame woman. We cannot blame woman. We need to go back to a situation where we have to review our tradition, pick what was good there, and add it to it. A woman that is married these days, please, if you love your home, don't just think you can wear whatever you like. And this is what is putting pressure upon these women. Inside church, my dear brother, the level of miracles that is taking place, women will take this one. May God have mercy. May we put on there for that our country. Amen. Is it inside university? Amen. Is it inside where they don't gather? Is it inside office? So it's like we lost that thing that controls our spiritual being. We are now exposed and Satan is taking advantage. Tradition cannot help you because you don't fear anything when it comes to tradition. So, okay, in the biblical aspect, you don't even get sound word to enhance you to resist this temptation that goes with it. Another one again, let me put this one. So, some young women, I want to talk about women on because the real problem is this, that people don't want to talk about. Before they go into marriage, some of them, at their young age of 18 to 25, they control like 6, 10 boyfriends. Some of these boyfriends, they have 10 piston engine in their heart. Some even have 20. They thought it's just like that. Then when they say, I want to settle, they marry with one person. There are factors that go with men naturally that they don't want to teach. We always boast. When a man is already 40, 45, you will definitely depreciate when it comes to strength to do that something. But when some women are so addicted to it, this is where the problem comes from. You see it now. It's another factor. Because during their young age, they have gone too far.
All
and
right.
they never come out from it.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
I feel this one is also playing a very, very significant role. When you cross 40, 50, 60 days, not that you cannot do it, but some women want it when it was 18 years old. That's why when you in Europe here, most of Nigerian women, once they come out for their husband that is divorcing, inside church, they pick young people when you come. They are not interested to marry, but they start going around with young, but because now that one I be their major problem. Will lead to that thing.
And that's the reason why she left at the initial
Yes.
stage.
At the
Yes,
initial stage. So they go for, you see,
In
woman of
Nigeria.
40, you not go, those days, they go carry 26 years old boy. Now you go carry entire house. What do you think that causes it? So men need to be careful. All these women you take to your house because you hammer her like say heaven not then I make her like you. You know, say that thing. Now, few years, you must come down. You don't feel remain for that level. Now, so God create them. You know, if you change nature.
All right.
When
then.
you depreciate for
All
that
right,
level, now then you see the real woman we marry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The situation there is that a lot of people in leftists, mute yourself. You didn't, what you're doing is coming out. You know, the situation there in Nigeria as well, most women are divorcing or leaving their marriage because they want to, you know, be meeting with different men for money. Is happening. In fact, you saw a celebrity saying just now that she prefer married men than something else. So meanwhile, let's hear from someone else. I would like us to hear from Yes, another woman here. Yes corner. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us.
Mr. Elvis, before Moyes will take, Madam Moyes, very sorry. You just made mention of celebrities and most women are going after men for money. And I agree with you, but sometimes look at it this way. Some women will change because of what they have seen from a man. Imagine a very good girl. She's good. She never asked for money. And she loved you perfectly well because she just loved you. She believed in you. At the end of the day, she will do every sacrifice for you. At the end of the day, you will dump her. Now you now have money and be using the money to flog other ones. This girl will now cross her heart. Anything love, not they her mind again. She now believe if you not get money, money is love. I have one I am trying to talk to right now. He said, "Don't tell me anything good, not they help. If you not be money, leave her." I say, "No, money they go with love, but not all. Not trap." Now, as I'm talking, I see they try to cancel one. So there are lots to it. There are lots to it.
The truth is, because I don't want to talk much about this matter because people will take on the other way around. Let's hear from Madam Amoye.
Hello, greetings everyone, Mr. Niger Watch, Mr. Leftist, everyone on the panel.
Yeah, good evening to you. I guess you watched all the video when we play Shao.
No, I didn't catch the previous ones, but I caught the one you were playing about what the pastor was saying, and the one about the lady that was murdered by her boyfriend.
Okay.
And is it Kuliremi, the Nollywood actor?
Yeah.
And yeah, so I listened to some.
And the celebrity lady who was proud of sleeping with a married man. You saw that?
Yes, and that lady that was yes, I heard that one. Okay. So I'm going to. Yeah, I'm going to really start quickly because somebody mentioned that feminism is a problem. I think the issue here with feminism is there's a lot of misunderstanding about what feminism means. Men are also feminists, by the way. Feminism means feminism is all about equality. It's about all genders having equal rights and opportunities. If you see that someone is being done wrong, do you stand up for them or do you watch them go down when you know full well that they were not the ones who created the problem? Are you standing for the voice of the voiceless? That's what feminism is all about. Not this whole, curated version of feminism. A lot of leaders have been feminists. Obama is feminist. Biden is feminist. So there's a lot of error when people want to talk about feminism, because there's feminism, femin in it, they assume it's just about women's right. No, it's not about women's right. Now, having said that, somebody quoted a scripture Ephesians 5, right? 22. Now I'm going to read from 21 to 22. Submitting, 21 says, submitting yourselves one to another in the fear of God. Before verse 22. So when you're quoting a scripture, you have to read the context of what is referring to. Submission is not just for one person, but for two people. Now, having said that, I've listened to what everybody's saying. And I heard about social media being the problem, and a lot of women are on social media. And as a result, social media has influenced a lot of people. Social media is never a problem. It's like saying that driving a car is a problem. There was a time where women were not allowed to drive cars, it was only the men. So, are you now saying you're going to park your car and walk wherever you're going? Social media is not the problem, but self-control. There's a lot of people on social media that their livelihood is on social media. They're able to take care of their families, care for their elderly, because they're making money from social media. So social media is not the problem, but what you feed yourself while you're on social media. Now, people talk about the olden days, the olden days. I hear that a lot. We keep romanticizing the olden days. We forget that at that time, women did not have a voice. Women were seen as property. So please put it in context when you're talking about the olden days. And somebody mentioned here also that there was no such thing as killing their wives. Yes, there were. They did it without anybody questioning them. Matter of fact, I have a great grandmother that her husband killed. So I have direct experience for that. Why? She went to the farm and she stayed too long. She didn't come back on time to cook his meal. So please put it in context. Now, is it good to have culture? Is it good to have tradition? I, for one, believe in culture and tradition because I believe that without it, as human beings, we're no better than animals. So I'm very proud of my culture. I'm proud of the fact that we have traditions, but can we evolve the tradition? Now, there was a time where, you could not do certain things. Like as a married woman in Asian land, a man cannot walk across your leg because it was a taboo, right? A man could not walk across your leg, right? But is that happening now? I mean, we all go to social events and gatherings, and you see how people from different parts of the world maybe walk past in front of you and walk over your leg. Then what happens? The problem I have with a lot of our culture, and again, let me prefix this by saying that when we talk about culture and tradition, let's also understand that we have different culture and traditions in Africa. The same way you have traditions where men are allowed to, back then, men could marry as many wives and have as many children and do whatever they please. There were also traditions that allowed women to marry more than one husband. Yes, in Nigeria. Okay, so let's not, when we are talking about traditional culture, let's also keep that in mind. And back then, people tied wrapper. There were cultures and traditions in Africa where the women don't wear anything but their waist beads. Why were the men not taking advantage of the women at the time? Now, the question is, what goes on in the inside of a person is what corrupts the person. It's not what the person puts in their mouths. And let's also understand that not everybody is Christian. There are so many marriages that are succeeding today, and either of the parties are not even Christian, they're not Muslim, but they are working their marriage out. What is the difference? Because when two people come together, you figure out what works for you and the other person. What is working? What works for our community here? What works for our home? How do we want to build this home? Okay, now marriage, for me, I don't believe that love is all that makes up a marriage. No, I don't. I believe it has a lot to do with loyalty, dedication, and you coming together and saying, this is how we want to build this house, so this is what we're going to do, this is the foundation we're going to create, and submitting to one another, not one person submitting. Respect, absolutely. You ought to respect the person that you feel, because there has to be someone in control. It's like the boss of a company. The ball stops at the boss's table. The same way, there has to be someone where everything stops at his desk. So for that, yes, the man is the head. I don't have a problem with that, because I don't even want to be the one to make all the decisions. Heck, I don't want to even make decisions. Job be making the decision. Okay. Now, somebody also mentioned that men did not flirt back in the day, and whatever they did, they flirted quite a bit. Okay. And then poverty is a big problem, and leadership in Nigeria. Let me come back to Nigeria now specifically. When the leadership is terrible, when I say leadership, government, your community, your local government, your government parastatal, at the state level, everything has an influence. Everything has an influence in everybody's lives in Nigeria, how they live their lives. How they live their lives, everything, because when the head is bad, everything from the head to the, it flows from that flows from the head to the tail is horrible. That's what happens. Okay, so poverty has a way of affecting the mindset of the people, and terrible leadership make it worse. So this is why we're seeing it at an alarming rate. Now, the other problem we have in Nigeria is that people marry for the wrong reasons. People marry for the wrong reason. You see a man who is fully advanced in his life wants to marry a girl that he cannot even reason with. And you marry her and you expect her to be mature overnight. It is not going to work unless you just want to have children by her, and you want to have multiple children, like our brother to Niger. Sorry, to Niger, I have to throw shade there. But unless you want to have multiple children, then you want to marry someone who's younger. But if you're looking for an ideal partner, you want to marry somebody who you can communicate with, that will understand you. Somebody mentioned, the reason why I'm talking about this, somebody mentioned when a woman is 18 to 25. When a woman is 18 to 25, she doesn't know what she wants in her life. She is naive. She's clueless. Understand that. So if you're marrying someone who's at that age, it is very rare to find women who are extremely mature at that age, between that age. Extremely rare. So if you're marrying someone at that age, be prepared to be patient enough to allow her blossom into what you probably want her to blossom into, or whatever arrangement that you have. Yes, and somebody said false in Nigeria. I guess they're referring to the tradition and the culture I mentioned. Yes, it is. I believe it's one of the riverine culture. I can't remember. I don't want to say specifically. Yes, there are women who are allowed to marry multiple husbands, and also when they marry, the man will offer his wife to his friends. It was a sign of hospitality. Go and read your history books. So before you fact check me here, make sure you are coming with knowledge and proof, because I know what I'm talking about.
Madam Oyeskona, let me quickly meet you up there. That marriage isn't true. For that of men offering their wife to their friend as sign of love, we heard it was happening within the plateau, but not marriage, using their wife to entertain their friend. In Nigeria, I don't know of other places, I don't see any culture giving women chance to marry more than one husband. In Nigeria, I'd like you to go further with that.
Okay, so maybe it's in Africa, because I know I've seen it. I've read it in the history book. It's been a long time, so I can't even argue with you on that. But I know it happens. Now, the reason why is because I think there was shortage of men, if I remember correctly, but it happens. That one I know. Now, on the other one, somebody said women know the hear word. Is she a child? When you throw out rhetoric like that and you say women know the hear word, so you're indirectly saying to me, do you understand that you are talking to a child? That's what it means. You have to treat what the question is, what type of woman do you want? What type of woman do you want? That's a question you have to ask yourself. Not everybody is going to like the same things with everybody. We cannot fix in a box or in a hole. You can't fix it because we're all very complex in our own various ways. You have to determine what is it, what do I want for my life? What kind of home do I want? That's a question you need to ask yourself. So if you're saying that, oh, women don't listen, that means you're marrying a child. And that begs the question. So again, if we are romanticizing the culture and the olden days, we need to be careful, because you have to bring everything in context. Thank you very much. Thief people, Benue people do so. Thank you very much. Somebody also said Delta, because I know say I read that for history.
I know what you are saying,
Yes.
but it was not truth. I will
Not
tell you, it was
marriage.
not true.
You not
Oh,
be
guy, you
married,
can't know it
madam.
all. Okay?
Not be
I
married.
respect you, sir, but you don't know it all. So now, again, to round this off, right? Somebody also mentioned about at that age or a certain age, women are sexually active and the man cannot match them. Why not marry somebody who matches with you sexually? Why are you marrying someone you know you cannot match? It's very important. So when you go now, you know you like it so
That is not
much.
what I said,
You
though. That
want
is,
to.
I think, madam, if you can allow me, I can clarify you. I was trying, because we're in social media, I was trying to put something there. Listen, when a woman is a man or a young guy at the age of 25 to that kind 35, is more agile. Now, the problem is this: many of our women don't do waka waka. That's what I was trying to say. And they don't see 20 piston. So they are addicted. At the age of 40, after 10, 15 years of marriage, the man is depreciated. This is natural. We need to educate men. You will at the age of 45, 50, 60, you are not going to be like the way every man will agree. The way you were at the age of 18 to that kind of 35 of your age. Scientifically, everything is there. So when that happened, many women who fell into marriage because of that addiction, the man was giving him what he wanted that time, still wanted. That's what is happening abroad here. When they divorce, they go for 25 years. You see women of 45. So this is what I was trying to say. And it's true. That's the reality. You go and make your own investigation. Most of these
No,
voices,
so
they are now
that's
young
your
boys.
that's your reality, but that doesn't make it true. So there you can't gender. It's problematic when you tend to generalize. Yes, are there women that have high libidos just as they have men with high libidos? My point is, always match with someone who is on the same libido level like you, because what happens is when you marry someone who's not on that level, that's where problem comes in as well. And then to talk about the videos, just to cap it all, is what we're saying, that especially that lady that was saying that married man, it just speaks to the state of mind and the way of reasoning of that lady. Because for me, having an interest in someone else's husband is like a thief. There's no difference. Because why would you want to take leftovers when you can get your own tear rubber? Why? It doesn't make sense to me. It correlates with stealing, broad daylight. You want to go somewhere that has already been prepped, ready. It doesn't make any sense. You're telling me that you're a lazy woman and you don't want to do the work to stand on your own. But then again, there's the other flip side of this man, right? You would doling out the money, and you're giving. There was a video I listened to really briefly, Nedu shared. A girl was looking for problems. She's a widow with 2 children, didn't have any money, was looking for help, met this guy. The guy told her to come, he could help her. She thought it was prayers answered to her. She went to meet the guy. The guy promised to give her 200,000 or whatever. Come to find out, the guy was like, well, you must do something for me. For 200,000, this man took advantage of this girl, of this woman. because she had to feed her children and take care of her children. There's also that, So in all of it, I say, as men and women that have brains to reason, why don't we look for ways to have better communication with each other? If you're helping someone, help them without expecting anything back in return.
Let's hear from others. So that we can counter ourselves later on. We have couple of people here who might agree or disagree. But to Nigeria, you're the next. Talk to us. What is your take in everything we showcased and the contribution so far?
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Greetings to everyone on the panel, and the chat and the viewers. This topic, I think I've talked about this a few times. The balance is in terms of the divorce rates. I think clearly there is a trend coming from the Western societies into the African continent that has increased this trend. And the question is, for me anyway, I always like to look at it from the point of view of the health of the nation itself, or stability of society. And we know that children that are raised in single parent homes tend to not do as well as the ones that are raised in, couples. And also, it's common sense, isn't it? Because there is a lot more resources available to families that are as a couple, because they share this in their work and everything. More is left for the children than when it's just for the single parent homes. So if for financial reasons alone, the parents are in the homes that have two parents in them tend to do better, and they pass more on to the children, which goes on to multiply and benefit the generations coming after. This is why when society is at its extremes, that is where it goes to. And when society starts to do well, people start thinking, oh, this is not useful anymore. And they find that, it's difficult. In the West, they're already having the same problem now, where the divorce rate is so high. Question is, who is to blame? I think there's blame to go around on this one. Men have a lot to answer for. There are some things that men do that they have failed to contain. And especially when it comes to domestic violence and the way men treat women at home. Where the problem is that the culture between men themselves, they don't necessarily frown at fellow men. It's very rarely you see another man telling another man off, why are you doing that to your wife? You can't be doing that. It should be made completely acceptable within the male circles too. That is completely, if you do that, it's a taboo. And when we start understanding that, because our true roles is to protect the women and the children and our heritage. That's what the man's primary duty is, not to be attacking them. And that needs to be made clear. And men should own that responsibility to call their own out on that. That said, some of the practices of our forefathers before now, I'm not sure we should be necessarily picking on anecdotal cases like, where some women marry multiple men, and generally such societies don't flourish. They tend to do worse. And because the ones where the men are marrying more women tend to produce more children. And guess what's going to happen over time? Consequences. The other side will be bigger in number, and they will come and take over the territory of the ones that are busy sharing one woman to multiple men. A woman can get pregnant only once at a time. You can't have any children that while you are pregnant. Half of that pregnancy, she's basically disabled, so she can't do as much. She can't defend herself. The men are just standing around looking at each other. So functionally, as a society, the other way around is not very practical. This is why women are basically hardwired. I just found out recently that when children cry, the body of women actually respond to it. You can't make it up. And they act as if I'm the one saying it. This is something that is hardwired. Do you know what it takes for evolution to do that? That's hundreds of thousands of years. That's if not millions of years of work for evolution to put that in place, because it's so essential to survival that you have to link the sound from a baby to the woman's body. So if you break that link, you have to ask yourself what you are doing, because you are breaking a fundamental chain in the evolutionary timeline, and the effects may not necessarily be known immediately. But to an extent, we do see the effects, because when men are raised in and children are raised in single parent homes, there are consequences. And this divorce rate that is increasing at this rate, when we see them happening, and you look at when it is happening, and you find that most of the women that are the one triggering the divorces, you would think it should be the men, actually, because you think men are more, they frolic more and they want to get out and about with multiple women and all that. You think it's the men that should do that. Imagine my shock when I found out it's the women that are triggering divorces at a higher rate in the West. I don't know whether in Nigeria is the same, because for financial reasons, it might be different in the West. So, and if in Nigeria, I mean, that is an interesting point that we need to find out. Because if in Nigeria, women are not triggering divorce at a high rate as in the West, and if it is significantly less than the West, it tells you that the reason why they are triggering it in the West is for financial reasons, because they feel that they are financially independent, so they don't need the man. They just feel like they don't need the man, and they break the homes up very, very quickly. And that is a serious indictment. As much as men have their faults, in the West, the men don't exactly do there's not a lot of domestic violence going on in the West. What is tend to be going on in the West is that the men tend to be more, they tend to frolic more, go out with other women and all the rest, or they tend not to, take marriage very seriously, or their commitment to parenthood very seriously, and the women just divorce them and just take over parenting themselves. And that is something that needs to be addressed. We can't carry on like that. If you carry on like that, you're going to have a society where men and children grow up and they don't have feelings. They don't understand the balance between men and women, and everybody will just fly apart. There are countries in this world right now where that is happening. You see in Japan and you see in the South Korea. It's almost as if the West is using those two countries as an experiment. And the experiment is clear. South Korea, the birth rate is less than 1. They are basically a dying nation. Not because they are poor, because the sexes have become so misaligned that they don't even see each other as they need to be together anymore. The same thing is happening in Japan. Is that what we want for our continent? For me, for the health of the continent, is the opposite we want.
Tunanja, sorry to cut you off. Can you repeat that statement again about the Koreans and the Japanese?
The Japanese and the Koreans, the South Koreans, their birth rate is less than 1. So one person is not even having up to 1 child now. Yeah. Most of them go around not having children at all. They don't even marry as much anymore. So their population is dropping. In China,
what do you think about that?
It's a terrible indictment of this high divorce rate and the idea that they misalign the sexes. Because when you misalign the sexes, what tends to happen is that they don't feel the need to come together anymore. Like in the West now, that's what is happening.
That's not true.
Okay, then what is happening?
Yeah, that's not true. You see, in South Korea and in Japan, it's not about the sex. The men are busy working in the factory. So when they work in the factory, it affects them a lot. They work about 20 hours a day, some 24 hours a day. In Japan, you will see a sacho, that's what they call box. A sacho in Japan that owns a factory that has over 500 workers. Him himself will also join the workers to be working. The same schedule.
Okay, I think that's exactly what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. I'm saying misalignment of the sexes. I'm not saying sex. Sex is the genders, or depending on how you want to call it. When you misalign them that way, in other words, the men are spending so much time at work, they are not spending time raising families anymore. And the women are spending so much time at work, they are not spending time raising families anymore. So when you misalign them deliberately like that, you get a situation whereby the population start dwindling. They don't have any time to raise children anymore. And that is going to weaken that nation. In China today, because of that one-child policy that they have reversed a long time ago, they are closing a lot of primary and secondary schools now. Nursery schools, they are closing them in thousands almost every week now, because there is nobody to go to primary schools anymore, because there are not that many children. The population is dwindling. So that there's repercussion from that is already feeding through, and the government is panicking to get people to have children, to the point whereby they are even doing research on how to have children without women. They are trying to create an artificial womb. so that eventually they will try to be able to create children. This is how this in problematic this stuff can be, because you can't just switch it on and put it back on again. It's not something you can just say, oh, you know what, we are not having children anymore, switch it on and start having children. It doesn't work. For some reason it doesn't work. They tried it in China, the birth rate is not going up. They tried it in Russia, the birth rate is not going up. You think South Korea doesn't want to have the birth rate go up? No, it's still not going up, because the culture has already is embedded, and for some reason the women are not in any mood to have any more children with their men. So this is why I say, from the context of Africa itself and the health of our population, I feel like that is not where we are. At least those people, you can argue that they have, they've made it. They are independent. Some of them are nuclear powers. They can do whatever they like. We don't have that luxury. We don't have that. We don't even have enough numbers. We don't even have enough numbers to defend our country. We don't have enough numbers on the continent. A continent that is so massive, 12 times the size of India, but the same population as India. Why is it that India is able to put more people on that land that they occupy, but we have 12 times less people on that same type of land? Why is that? Is it because of our forefathers felt it was a little bit, they are shy? I think it's because of health reasons and we are poor. But all those things now have become less of a problem, because we have addressed a lot of the mortality rate and all the rest. So now our population is growing, and I feel like if this Western trend comes into Africa, that will be the biggest blow to that. First, they are draining all our brains out of the continent, because now our brains are moving to the West to go and serve them. Then their culture is coming through social media and through other means into our societies and permeating. The reason why we're having this conversation, because we are beginning to see the effects already. We are beginning to see the effects already on the ground, that our women and our families are beginning to fall apart. And a nation cannot destroy itself from outside other than from within. It's always been like that. When the Europeans came, it's us that destroyed ourselves. And the way we are going to destroy ourselves this time may be through our families and the breakup of this is social order. This is something that women need to pay attention to. And in the North, the effect is not as strong, because they use Islam to shield themselves somewhat from that, because they say, oh,
so can I quickly come in there just
okay,
before you, with the comments you're just making right now, right? Since you feel this way about it, you're saying that the women should wake up. Why don't you consider, can we treat each other better? Because I tell you for free, no Nigerian woman wants to end her marriage. Do you know, in the world, Nigerian women are the ones who protect their marriages more. Do you know that? So why don't you change and talk about, you know what, let's treat each other better so we can see value in each other and carry it forward.
Yes, that's the first thing I said. I said the men needs to start calling men out. Men that just any man that attacks a woman, men have to have serious penalty for that man, even outside the law, because it has to be a taboo. You can't. Given where we are right now, why would a man waste the energy attacking a woman for whatever reason? Your priority should be defending them, not attacking women. No matter how mouthy they are, there is no excuse for it. Walk away. Haven't you got legs? If you have to, if it turns into a situation whereby you need to defend yourself, fine. Defend yourself, but don't attack. Move.
All right.
Go somewhere else.
All right. Let's hear from someone else. Thank you. Thank you to Niger. Let's also hear from Engineer Ken on this. Engineer Ken, thank you very much.
Before Engineer Ken, I want to quickly also add to what Niger just said. I always say this, and I'll keep saying it. The weakest man on earth is a man that raises up his hand on any woman. That's the weakest man on earth. Thank you.
Okay.
Exactly. That's how we should describe them. Any man that raises a hand to a woman is the weakest man on earth, and they should realize that their job is to protect, not the other way around.
Yes, I support that. Engineer, can you talk to us, sir?
Thank you, my brother. When you say that, I say tokate. Tokate in Korean language means 50-50. Good afternoon, everybody. I greet you all. This topic today is a very, very sensitive topic. Let me get up from the bed so that I can speak very well. You know, it's a very, very big topic. You see, when you call a man a wicked man to hit up a woman, pray that you don't have a woman that is a nagging woman. The Bible also describes nagging a woman. If some women nag you, my brother, or call you names, before you lift off your hands, you won't even know when. You know, we should pray that none of us should find ourselves in that kind of situation. You see, we are all human beings. When you, as a woman, when you reduce your husband with your mouth, that makes the man to start feeling inferior outside among his mate. When you tell a man that is the best in the world, when you praise that man, when you give that man an honor, that man can take off his head to worship you. That is when people will start saying that, oh, you are using voodoo on your husband. You are the one controlling your husband because he's always listening to you. Because you are doing the right thing. You treat the man well. You see, marriage is very, very tough. You see, we should not try to downside, or to dance around the way Bible describe marriage. That man is the head of his house. That woman has to be submissive to her husband. There are reasons why the Lord have seen all this coming. The reason why right now we're having a lot of failures in marriages back home, because a lot of parenting has no longer had any value in African land or in the land of Africa. Meaning that a lot of family, parents, they don't play the role as parents in their child's life anymore. When a child gets married, you don't have to leave that child by himself. And another thing again that I have to say, you see a violent man. Some women have treated some marriages by advising them, talking to them one-on-one, trying to sensitize their life. Some women love violence. Some women love men that are violent. I remember about 25, 27 years ago, I dated a lady in New York. This lady, she was a lawyer. Her name is Dion. You know what? We dated for about 6, 8 months. You know what she told me? She said, "Ken, you're very sweet. You don't touch me. You don't call me names. You don't do this. You don't do that. That's not what I need from a man. You work too much. I want my man to be at home. I want to go to work and come back and meet my man at home. I want my guy to be rough, to call me names." We have to break up because that is not what I am. I dated a lady who, she was a lecturer at that time, and she was almost this was another lady again, telling me that, "Oh man, you're so nice."
So what are you trying to say, Engineer Ken? What are you trying to say?
Hold on. You're too nice. Why are you so nice like this? Then I had to talk to my guys at work. So one day we just a break at work, and I walked to my staff. I was like, "Yo, this is what is going on. What do I have to do?" They started laughing at me. They said, "Yo, man, engineer, man, this is not African, man. This is American, man. You've been here so long. Supposed to know the system, man. You treat these women as bitch. When you treat them as bitch, they'll run after you. They'll treat you nice. Then guess what? I have to do that. When I call her name,
no, we are talking, Engineer Ken. Hold on. Those words you are using, please.
Sorry. Yes.
Yes. What we are saying right now.
When I started using that word,
Engineer Ken, what is the causes of divorces that is happening everywhere?
Okay, I'm going there now. Just relax and hear me out. I'm going there now. So, as a man or as a woman, when you are in courtship,
dating a guy or dating a woman before you marry. And when you know that guy that is a violent person, a guy that doesn't have respect for nobody, you spend time with him, you know him. There is no need for you to go in there and marry the same person. Because if you do, you are sending your death warrant. Because one day it might hit you in a place that you don't expect it, and that might lead to your death. You know, and when you are also dating too as a female, you find a guy that is so conscious of money that everything that he does is money, 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 money. You know, also have things in your head that this guy tomorrow, if he doesn't make money, he can do anything to get the money. He can sell you. He can do rituals about you. So if you are someone that has sense of mind, or someone that you can relate to elderly people, or you can relate to your parents, then you can talk to them. Then the next thing, there's no need for you to marry such a person. And some mothers too, and some fathers, they're also playing that bad roles in their children's life. You know, but if you have a daughter, oh, can't you see our sister Mary's daughter? She's just 16 years old. Look at what she's doing in their house. She's the one taking care of the family. She has a boyfriend. She's bringing money home. So what are you expecting? You are not pushing your daughters out to go out there and start doing the rubbish stuff to bring you money. You know, so this thing that we're facing right now is a very big problem, because a lot of our traditional values are getting weaker every day. A lot of parenting are getting weaker every day. They don't put our traditional value into it. You know, you being a Christian does not make you to lose your traditional values. You know, the church are not saying it the way it's supposed to be done. You know, back in the olden days, you see our parents marrying about 8 wives, 10 wives, and all of them will be submissive to their husband. I had a late uncle that has 9 wives. 9 wives. And this man in his house, the one that cook on Monday, different from the one that cook on Tuesday. Sometimes when I visit them, I can't even tell who's the mother of this one and who's the mother of that one. Because any woman that is at home on that day, they call that person EA, you know, and they are your children. You know, because that is how it was done back in the days. So our traditional rights, our traditional values we are losing it every day by day. We are trying to modernize it. We are black people. We are not whites. We cannot embrace the white man culture into our own culture. It doesn't work. That is a problem that we are facing right now, and that is why you're seeing a lot of divorcees in our houses. You see, when a woman is going out from his father's house as a Bini man, you hear the father telling that woman, listen, you have no room in my house. You have no room in my house. As you lock your door, we are giving you out to this man. Don't think you can come back to this home anymore. And when that woman starts having that idea in her head, she will try by all means to make her marriage work. She will try by all means to make her marriage work. But if the woman has an idea in their head that no matter what she does, her parents are supporting her, her parents are backing her up, it's a problem. It's a real problem. I have a younger sister who's a lawyer. The husband is a pastor. About 2-3 years ago, the husband called me and said, Daddy, your daughter, she's disrespecting me. Look at what she did. I said, really? He said, yeah. I said, don't worry. I'll go into the matter. I called my sister right there. She wanted to explain herself. I asked her to hold on. I don't want to hear anything from you. When you get home, go on your knee and apologize to your husband. And after doing it, tell your husband he should call me. And the husband called me that same evening and said, Daddy, thank you very much. I've seen what you have done. About a year later, the husband and sister now called me, oh, look at what happened. but daddy, the way you acted, you just saved my marriage. Because if I've given my sister a listening ear, maybe I will advise her to leave her husband. Your husband cheats on you. That doesn't make you to leave her, to leave him. You will check yourself out. If you are the nagging type, if a man has a nagging wife at home, nothing you do that pleases her, you don't want to come back home after
Okay,
work.
Regina, are you justifying cheating? Are you saying that?
No. I'm not justifying cheating. Cheating in the both sides is very, very wrong. It is very, very wrong. If you as a woman, hold on, my bro. I'm trying to take you bit by bit. If you as a woman dating a guy that cannot stay with one woman, that all the time that this guy is looking for other women. If you are dating a guy that he has a password to his cell phone, then you don't have it as a woman. That guy is not worthy of you to get married to that guy. Some of the time, like Friday time, some of the time when we talk on Ninja Watch, when we discuss, we talk about women, we just laugh, blah, blah. My wife is always there. Sometimes she'll come to the office, she'll just be there, she'll say, oh, honey, you cheated on me with Ninja Watch. They will start laughing. When we talk about it, she's there, she have my password to my phones, to my account, to my everything. Nothing I hide from her.
But you should understand that most men just cheat for fun. They cheat. They take it as a normal thing.
Yeah, most men cheat for fun because that is who they are. If you as a woman,
hold on.
I disagree with that.
Hold on, please. We have a caller. Thank you. Hello, madam. Good evening to you. Talk to us. Where are you calling from?
Good evening. I'm Emre calling from Benin.
Okay, Emre, we lost you on the screen. You were here with us, right?
Yeah. My take on it is that you asked the question, who is to be blamed?
Yeah.
Concerning the rampant divorce case.
Yes.
To me, the blame is from the parents. Because the Bible says, train up a child in the way it should go, and when the child is grown, it will not depart from it. Most of the things that are happening these days, we are talking about respect and every other thing, starts from the cradle. A child that is being trained from the cradle will learn to respect even a child that is older than him or her with a day.
Yes.
But a child that is not being inculcated with discipline can see a 90-year-old man and spit on the 90-year-old man's head. So it boils down to we, the parents, that are still the parents of a child. So if a child that is not well disciplined grow up, the child will become an irresponsible father or irresponsible mother or irresponsible husband or wife.
Mm-hmm.
It all boils down to respect. So as the child grows, the child learns that I should respect this, I should respect that. Majority of us is the respect that was inculcated by our parents that still makes us keep on going in life.
Exactly.
Yes. So, but if you are not inculcated with such discipline, you cannot be a responsible.
So you are blaming the parents.
Yes, I'm blaming the parents. So most of the things that we are having in the society now, the deterioration of the society now, starts from the home. The home make up the society make up a nation. Where there is no respect, there will be no love. It is respect that brings in love. I respect this person because of the love that I have for this person. And that is what brings in trust. I always tell people, trust. If there is no trust in anything, there is no need to move on. We talk about divorce, this one do this one do that one. See, Oga, a lot of things are happening, as you rightly said. It still boils down to respect. I read on somebody's status, a mother telling the son that I won't take this car from you because I did not know where you got it from. Somebody was saying, the woman is scared. I said, no, the woman is not. The woman is disciplined.
Yes.
A child that you don't know where he or she works, just come up with a vehicle. A lot of mothers in Benin will be happy about that. But this woman rejected that offer. Why? Because she's disciplined. It boils down to the marriage, down to marital thing and stuff. Somebody said, every man is entitled to get married to more than one wife. Is entitled to go about and do a lot of things they want to do. I'm not against that. But it takes a responsible man or a responsible wife to say, yes, I want my husband to grow, or I want my wife to grow. A lot of divorces this day is just misunderstanding, not understanding yourself. If you want to get married, for goodness sake, don't just marry because you want to marry. Marry your friend. Marry that person that you are going to understand. If you have a friend, even if you have a quarrel, there's a tendency that yes, you can make it up. But if you marry just because Mario, Juliet's Mario, me too, I want to go marry because I want day for the class of marriage. You will rush in and rush out.
But madam, you are aware that most people now in Nigeria, because you are calling from Nigeria, they are divorcing just because they want to have the freedom to live the kind of life they want to live. In most cases, from women, especially in Lagos. Yes. Yes.
I still stand by my word. And I'm still saying it. It all boils down to discipline. The kind of discipline that I have from my mom, despite me being the only child, I don't do nonsense. I won't try. You try, I won't die. There's so many things that you will not do, whether because of the way you were trained.
Okay.
And when that followed you down into your matrimonial home, it keeps you there.
That's true.
Back to coming down to men killing their wives, women killing their husband, and every other thing. See, it boils down to discipline and greed. When somebody start having this covetousness in him or her, I want to have it all. Without it still goes down to discipline. When you are not disciplined, you will not be responsible. We are all crying out on this platform. Yes, so Nigeria wants a better Nigeria, because the people that are out there, they are not disciplined, they are not accountable, they are not responsible. If you are responsible for your actions, I don't see why you will want to do a thing that will negate your personality. We are talking about people that are out there of the social class doing a lot of things that are not supposed to be done, giving them bad image and every other thing. Okay, if you watch keenly, if we are going to be sincere to ourselves, those people that got married, they are not friends. Somebody will say, why they not do courtship? If you go to the church today, the church is just like a hospital. The church is not is a dump site for all manner of people. You're bringing religion and everything. I was watching on EBS this morning. We're talking about intertribal marriage, talking about intertribal marriage and interreligion marriage. One of the pastors said something. He said, if the Lord does not lead you to go there, and you go there, you suffer for it. The Lord might even lead somebody and say, yes, leave, go and marry a Muslim. There is a reason why the Lord will send that person there. You get it? Likewise, intertribe marriage. It all boils down to discipline. If we are not disciplined, from the cradle, I don't think we'll become a responsible citizen. Be a responsible man, be a responsible woman. Irrespective of the gender, discipline matters most. Discipline boils down. I always put on my status, I say, re-Israel. Do you know why I put that re-Israel? Because these days, you find out fake people, those fake set of people, you find them in your family, you find them among your friends, you find them everywhere. And one thing that is lacking in most marriages is transparency.
Okay.
Somebody was talking, the woman not they respect himself, and the woman not they respect the man not they respect himself. Have you asked the man that wants respect, you that you want respect, are you responsible? You should be responsible. If you are responsible and you are updoing, no woman will see a man that is updoing and say, yes, I want to disrespect the man.
So when the man is not responsible, the woman cannot insult him, right?
No, I'm not standing on that. No, I'm not standing on that. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
What I'm saying that a man that is not updoing, if he's not up, if the man is not up and doing, you will see a woman. It will get to a point the woman will not respect the man. I have a life story in which the woman is the one fending for the house, covering a lot of things. Yeah, the man will have a bigger salary and you still go outside to go and look for little girls. You know that you cannot feed your home. You know what the Benin usually call a dasoe? You know you're a Benin man.
Exactly.
They call them a dasoe in their dasoa.
Yes.
You understand? You want to go outside to do this show off. And that show off, you don't do it in your home.
All right, thank you.
Those are the little things that are bringing in divorces in marriage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Emerald. Let's hear from other person. Thank you so much. I can see somebody is trying to call me here. Let me see. 1 minute, please. Okay, Alex.
You must know my time.
Hold on. I'll come back to you. Okay, Alex, please talk to us. Good evening to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been watching for a while, and I greet all of you for educating people. It's good we express ourselves, and we learn one or two things from educating people and from Naija Watch platform. For me, I want to pick up from where that lady stopped. A lot of times, it boils down to the generation of children born in the 90s, especially 90s. If you watch them very well, if you check statistics, those they're the ones getting married now, early 2090s. And that very era, Nigerian government have been so bad. It led to many people leaving the country. They left their children with grandma, grandpa, uncle, aunties. And most of these children, uncles cannot train a child the way you would train your child. Grandma can only do her best. Grandpa can only do his best. And grandpa and grandma are getting weaker, and the child is growing like a vegetable. Before you know it, it's already 15. You can only talk on the phone while you are sending school fees from America, from Canada, and these people grow to get married. They don't get that thing that both parents give to children when they are together. Money is not everything. So it boils down to government failure that drove people into diaspora for 30 years or 20 years. The children, most of them left behind. Many marriages collapsed, which are the side effect of governance, and those are the backlashes. So nobody planned for it. I'm not blaming anybody. It's the government. The government themselves, they don't respect women.
So your blame goes to the government.
Yeah, some of them are married 10 wives, 8 wives. The useless women. Some of them even kill their wives. These government officials. You hear the story of Fani Kayode and all those marital divorce saga everywhere with people we are supposed to be looking up to. So they destroy the economy. They drove people's parents into the diaspora. You cannot train a child on the phone. Phone calls is not the same thing as parenting. Sending school fees is not everything. There's something when you wake up, your parents, your mother, your father are together. There's that thing growing up with your parents. Apart from those that lost their parents, which is natural. So I'm not saying it's in all cases, but this has affected, it has led to the divorces because many boys and girls, especially girls, the girl child now, they didn't have that thing. It's not, you can't give what you did not get and what you don't have. It's not their fault. They just grew up in the midst of students. Some of them grew up in boarding school, and a lot of this happened there. They've been abused. They've been introduced into violence. No fatherly presence or motherly presence to checkmate them at home, to ask them about their homework. Grandpa and grandma can't do that. So it's so sad that our leaders, they deserve to be in jail for destroying the future of our youth and our children. All the divorce cases, I put it, therefore, on the table of our political leaders who have been in power since the 90s and up to now. Thank you very much. I'm still working.
Thank you very much.
I'm still watching rather.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. All right. Some don't blame husband, some don't blame wife, some don't blame parents. Why are the first blame now coming to the government? So let's continue to hear from people. Engineer Ken, please round up with us.
All right. So as I said earlier on, so everything goes back to the parents, parental value, and the society that we find ourselves. You know, like in Nigeria now, parental values and the government. You know, so the economy is messed up. So the women has to go do olosho or whatever to take care of their family. And their family now they has no choice than to accept it from their children because of the economy failure in the society. You know, but we should not stop. We should keep on throwing light like this all the time into the society. So maybe gradually process they'll be hearing us. Little by little things will be turning around for good. You know, I must say this. You know, no one should get married because of a big dick. Excuse my language. And no one
Don't
should get
use that
married.
word, please.
Okay, sorry. No one should get married because of prettiness. You know, get married for characters. You know, character values in relationship is the greatest. If you marry for character, it will last you for a lifetime. You know, and that is my
Thank you.
that is my
Thank you
take.
very much, Engineer Ken.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right. Let me take another call. Amanda Rita, thanks for calling in. Talk to us.
Okay, hello?
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes.
Yes, I called. I think I just came in when Engineer Ken was speaking, Domosa. There's something that he said, and it still boils down to what I always say. We have to evolve with the times. When you get married, your father will say, okay, you don't have any room in this house, you know, this is it. This, you go to your husband's house. I think as at that time, they did it, they make such statements, you know, for our fathers, they tell our daughters when they're married off, is for them to, is a kind of way of telling them, build your home. Your father's house, it should not be, you know, a yardstick to run away from your problems, face your problems. I guess that's where that statement came from. But if you look back and you now look forward, that comment has made a lot of women die early. They've made a lot of women bear abuse, you know, and intimidation because they always feel behind their head. That statement says, don't come back. You go back to your husband's house. Fast forward, we're talking about evolving with the times. Even if that is said, right, it's a good thing, but it should also be said that, hey, if you need someone to talk to, call me. If you think your home is unbearable, you can still come home, but you're not coming home to stay. We can figure whatever it is that is happening in the marriage, we can sit down and talk like civilized people. So perhaps maybe that comment shouldn't be said, or maybe it should be rewarded differently. And when you talk about, Engineer Kate says something about, you know, a woman shouldn't divorce us because of cheating. I agreed, but there's also a clause that I do not agree. We are forgetting with these times, like I keep fast forwarding, evolve with the time. We have a lot of STIs, sexually transmitted infections. It's no longer called STD, STIs. Now, a lot of women have been contacted with diseases like HIV because of cheating. You understand? A lot of them, they've gotten, apart from HIV, there's so many other diseases that for life, hepatitis, all those things affect because one partner cheated. It could be a man or a woman. That's the truth. It's not just men now. I'm not just talking to the men, but majority from in our cultural perspective, you know, men normally cheat, but these are the things that one needs to look out for. You know, it is a very serious thing, and every time, it is also a comment Engineer Ked said. When a man is cheating because the woman should check herself, you know, I think that is an unconscious statement because even in the churches, all I keep hearing, like I tell all my friends and people who forward messages from churches saying a woman must do this, a woman must do that. I always tell them, when it comes to the pastors talking to the men, forward such messages to me. But when it comes to the men, I'm sick and tired of it. That is why we keep talking about treating the woman. But forgetting that when it comes to the home, a typical home, it's both parties. So pastors, men should start talking to the men now. Because over the years and centuries, we'll be hearing a woman must do this. If a man cheat, maybe the woman is not having a shower properly. Maybe she's not dressing properly. But listen, we have the most beautiful women in the world. Beyonce, that is beautiful. Her husband cheated on her. We have the Halle Berry. To me, from the time Halle Berry had a husband who cheated, I know that no, it's not about beauty. And also, some men also have addiction problem, sexual addiction. There's so many issues to be addressed here. And some men also have.
But when a man have sexual addiction, when a man has sexual addiction, that's when the woman needs to service him properly.
Madam, I can just help you here. I can say flirting addiction. Flirting addiction.
No. Hold on.
Sexual addiction. No.
Let her finish, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Sexual addiction is a complete different issue entirely. Oh, no.
Okay.
The woman can't treat him. That is something to do with the man has a personal issue that needs professional help.
Oh.
You can never satisfy that kind of man. Never.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Over the years, and even the men are actually drained. Men will go through that. Even women go through that. It takes a lot from their body and their soul. It takes, so it's not your spouse that will fix it for you. It's just like you're addicted to drugs. It's not your spouse or your father. You need professional help. It's a very serious thing. But over the years,
when it comes to that one has sickness now.
Many of that our society hasn't really addressed, or it doesn't want to be discussed. Sexual addiction.
Okay.
But we now cover it to say, oh, a man is cheating. It's sexual addiction.
Okay, but what about women? Before you go, Madam Rita, what about women that divorce their husband? Let's assume the man is the worst man on earth. Fine. But you divorce your husband within 2 months, you have started traveling from Lagos to Abuja doing runs. They call it hookup. So now the man can't be the wahala. Because the man not good. Now the man be the wahala. We after divorce 2 months. Iniedo, for example, is number one person to use as an example. Iniedo divorced her husband, and then she's on the road till tomorrow.
I agree about that. You know that Iniedo married to one other
Hold on,
guy.
let her finish.
Okay.
Let the person on the phone finish.
Is the panel full?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's full, so I can just.
Yeah, it's
okay,
full.
It's full, fine. When you make statements like a woman was married and all of a sudden, I mean, we all know her as Mrs. Somebody, right? And then you just hear suddenly on the social media, oh, they are divorced. Number one, the first question is, how long were they married? How long were they separated? Most likely, you never knew that they were probably separated for more than 2 years. You never knew. You only knew when she was divorced, and then you now start counting from when you knew to say, oh, this woman, she has moved on. You never know. Iniedo was married to Yaguina, the guy lives in the US. She was living in Nigeria. You and I don't know how long they were separated for.
Okay, Madam Rita, please hold on. Oh, this one, no, you can't continue. Hold on.
No,
Let's assume, hold on now. Let's assume they divorced 10 million years ago. Does that justify any woman? Because that is what is rampant right now in Lagos. When they divorce, they go into hookup.
It is not something questionable, because some men did bury their
wife. You are justifying it. Madam Rita is justifying it that is normal.
No, now, Mr. Naija, what you are taking it out of context. No,
hold on.
I am not trying to be correct here.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make you believe what I'm saying, that what I'm saying is true. No. We just talked about respect earlier on when I was on the phone. It's 2 ways. But you know what? We're talking about 2 individuals in a relationship.
Okay.
You and I would never really know fully what went on. I'm not justifying the woman after 2 months. You see her going from.
It might not even be after 2 months. My question is, most of them leave their marriage and they start hookup. Why?
That's a week.
Hookup. I think. Okay, see,
let's assume the man was bad. Let's assume the man was bad. Fine. But I've seen many women who have divorced. They are still alone for like 2-3 years or even more before they remarry. Right?
You know,
Rita, space has freed up. Join now. Join.
Listen,
Madam Rita, come to the screen. Come to the screen. Come to the screen.
Okay, no, please. I have to attend to my husband here first. After that, I will come to this.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay.
Since we're talking marriage now, I'm trying to encourage people into my home first now. I will come like maybe in 30-35 minutes.
You see, she's a politician. You see, she wants to attend to her husband first. You see, that is what we're talking about. You know, making the man behave.
Woman. Okay, what I'm saying here is this. I'm not supporting any man who, for example, justify a man that cheats, that beats his wife, or take drugs or whatever. Fine. Like we talked about addiction the other minute, some few minutes ago. That's fine. It happens. 1 or 2 persons have addiction. I have my own addiction. What I'm addicted to is game. I don't talk for a long time ago. Maybe I don't forget. My biggest addiction, I tell us game. Upon soon they see me for life every day. I play football, PlayStation every day, 7 days, 365 days in a year. It's addiction.
You need professional help.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, for game again. Now, wow.
Yes, it could be bad because listen, I don't want to talk about my personal life here, but I get people who they my life where say they complain, say, after you don't do broadcast all day, this is that now time, blah blah blah. Now they play game. It happen. I take guilt. I'm supposed to be blamed for that. I'm telling you, no matter how tired I am, my addiction, I talk so. I know they smoke, I know they drink, I know they go party, I know they see anybody, nobody they feel see me. So you know if you accuse me, say me go womanize or I go do this, or you don't go see me anywhere. So maybe that game I've actually, with my job and everything, I've actually tied me in my house. Okay. Now, what will be your addiction? Some men, like they talk about sexual addiction. That one, it be as a ghetto. That one be as a get, because you cannot be using your wife as a sex toy, or I don't know. We have to be careful with the kind of words we use here. But the main bordering right now is the women. In me, they talk about Lagos. So I'm not saying me get why they focus on that area. You will divorce today. As Madam Rita just stated, maybe they have divorced 10 years ago or whatever. I'm not even interested on that now. We know, like Engineer Ken mentioned earlier on, what happened to that morality? Say you divorce your wife and you divorce your husband. They can't find out, say 3 years later, you are still alone, you are very decent, or rather, you have remarried. Let's say that. Oh, yes, that woman don't marry again now. Not be saying they do hook up from one flight to another, first class to another, from here to here. It's a big problem in Nigeria. It's the biggest reason why many women are living
Very big problem. Very big problem. I read an article. I read an article last year, you know, from a white blogger that says that the highest young divorcees in the world is in Nigeria, mostly in Lagos.
It's very. You are right. You are very right,
weak.
and it's very, very
Why
wrong.
are we always using Lagos? Does not represent the entire Nigeria.
No.
There are a lot of divorces in Lagos, but there's so many parts of Nigeria where those types of things are not happening.
No,
there's so many people. There's so many people in the different parts of Nigeria. Not because Lagos is like a dumping ground. There are all manner of things happening.
Madam Momo, yeah. Now where I know, now me they talk. I don't say no they happen for other place. So now where me know, it will be wrong for me to talk about divorce happening in Zimbabwe when I not go there.
But there are decent people in Lagos too.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Like now, the same Nigeria they talk about. I see we always use Lagos as a yardstick because now there are many people. My point is that there are many successful marriages within Nigeria, not necessarily in Lagos, and there are even decent people in the same Lagos.
But the question that she's asking is that why is it that when a woman divorces, in less than 2 minutes, she has started
I
living
don't
one kind of
understand.
loose life.
Nobody they answer that question.
I
That's the
can't
question.
answer that
Why?
because I don't have people
Let
that
me,
I don't
I
know
can
anyone
answer
like
it.
that.
Make
The
our
reason
If
why
you permit me to
let me
answer, I can.
because since you
Can
asked
people
the
speak
question
first?
now,
Can
can
people
I
speak
just
first?
finish? Mona, wait, now
Hold
Bemona, let
on.
me land first now. Bemona,
Please,
no
Peter
this.
Koko, hold on, sir. Everybody hold on.
The Mona, just let me land. I no fit speak for any woman when married today, like Sister Rita talk. It could have been that it was for a while and then the woman decided to move on, but we don't know. I can't speak for a woman who, because I can't, in my head doesn't make sense because the emotions that come with, because divorce is like death, it's like finality. That's what it's like. So the emotions that go with it, everything that come along with it, no woman in her sane mind would be thinking about another man. So it's very, very, I can't really speak for those women because I believe they're in the minority because Nigerian women typically
No,
like to
they are not in the
protect their
minority. Oh, no, no,
marriages.
no. You can't say that.
Hold
Oh.
on, we have a caller. We have a caller.
I'm
Thank
it's
you.
corner.
Hello.
I
We have a caller, please.
disagree with you today.
Please, Alex, we have a caller. Thank you. Hello, Kevukel, good evening to you, sir. Talk to us. Hello.
Yeah, Najawash, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, sir. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been listening with keen interest in what's going on.
Okay.
You're fast becoming a marriage counselor.
No, not me. Everybody is canceling each other here.
Yeah. Okay. I want to say that the challenge we have in the marriages or in the home today is the proper foundations or proper fundamentals were not looked into before marriages were set up, especially what we have in Nigeria. There are fundamentals that must be established before you say, okay, let's go into marriage. Number one is you see two people that are practically or clearly that are not compatible, but because they want to live in fantasy, they'll go into marriage, right?
Okay.
So that is one of the big problems we're having today.
Yeah. Okay.
No proper understanding from beginning, no kind of courtship, no kind of dating to see, can I communicate with this person? Can I live with this person? So these marriages you see breaking up or having challenges, there's no communication in that form. Husband and wife or the couple, they're supposed to be in close communication. There is no secrecy. There's no issue that they know what he has and what he has not. Right? They know their strengths and their weaknesses, and those things need to be established before they go into marriage. And most times, the problem comes from the men. Men used to lie a lot to women just because they want to have their hands in marriage. They are not able to tell them exactly this is the situation of things. Right?
Okay. Thank you.
They want to
Thank
the fantasy of the woman.
so much noise, sir.
By the time the marriage is established, the woman will find out that this man, what he told me, is not what is there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Yeah, what Kevike is saying, I understand that some people who travel, especially some men who travel all the way to Nigeria to go lie to some girls over there that they have company in abroad and all that. At the end of the day, you end up marrying that kind of a woman and bring her home, bring her here. She not get to know, say, now clean and you be, or you be security officer and all that. So yeah, I understand that. You know, to be honest, if we want to touch on every angles today, we might be here for 7 hours. That's why I'm focusing more on Nigeria. Remember the last time we were focusing more in abroad. Our women in abroad, how come they are divorcing their husband, they are not respecting their husband and all that. So most women here actually make us to understand the reason why things are happening. You know, we also discussed the other time, why is it that men are, you know, using gun and all that to kill their wives in America and all that, fine. But now today we are focusing more on Nigeria because the numbers are increasing every day. You know, I also saw a comment just now, somebody saying that Elvis don't use Nigerian celebrity marriages as a yardstick. No, we are only using that, referencing to that. What is happening to people, normal people now, is a big problem. If you watch the video that I played earlier on, where Vanguard have to go to the streets, you know, asking people questions, they were not even talking about celebrities. You know, they were talking about what our people are currently, passing through, that the numbers is just getting too much. So this is something that I really think, I don't know how to address it. I don't know how we can address it. To be honest, it's getting too much. And even we there, bro, safe. I believe that we even better safe. To be honest, I don't think we have problem to compare to people that live back home now. All of them divorced for fun now, and the most annoying part of it is that they move on so quick. You divorce today, you already with another man tomorrow. It shouldn't be like that. Or you left your husband today, or you left your wife today. I understand most men, yeah, they don't care as well. But for me, what can we say? Because before I move on to the next person now, which is going to be Mr. Victor, what can we actually do or say to stop this? Because it's getting too much. Mr. Victor, please talk to us. Good evening to you.
Thank you, Mr. Elvis, for having me on. I've been waiting patiently for the past 2 hours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But it's okay. Yeah. First of all, I want to sorry, clear my throat. I want to say, make a mention to one of your callers earlier on who said, marry your friend. In fact, I want to believe that that is the best advice that I've heard so far this evening. Marry your friend. Woman, marry that man who is your friend. Man, marry that woman, not woman, sorry. That would be polygamy. Marry that woman who is your friend. And what does it take to get into friendship? Forget about the dates. That is what the West wants us to believe. Take them out, dine them, wine them, go to parties, go to nightclub. No. Don't take them out. Don't go to any nightclub. Let them know your strength, your weakness. Talk to each other on a daily basis. Don't have sex. Somebody might say I'm wrong. Treat each other as friends. Woman, treat that man as if she's a girl, as if she's your man. I mean, your friend who is a girl. Man, treat that woman as if she's your guy, as if she's a boy, and run things through. It is possible. Don't sleep with each other. Do it for a very long time. I don't know how long, could be 1 year, could be 2 years, could be 3 years. When you fully understand each other, that marriage will never break. That marriage will never dissolve, because you are dealing with each other from another level of interaction. Now, let me go straight to one point. When you were born, everybody, after all, we all came from our mother's womb. We have something that is called a tabula rasa, which means our mind is like a blank slate. Nothing has been written on it. Yeah? We now start to grow from year 1, year 2, year 3. We go primary, secondary, university, and everything. And everything that we now begin to put inside our head is empirical. Empirical simply means that you learn from experiences, you learn from being taught, you learn from your conscience, you learn from everything. And now, bringing it all together into the area of relationship, people divert into so many areas. People become doctors, engineers, and things like that, and people become pilots and things like that. But today we're focusing on relationships. Yeah, Mr. Leftist said earlier on that social media is a big influencer, and I support him. He said it about 2 hours ago, and I support him because a lot of the young people right now, they get most of their education from social media. So, but what we cannot do is controlling what they take in from social media. Some people taking good things. Social media is a good thing. We are on social media right now, but some other people are on social media doing negative stuff. Some people are on social media doing things unimaginable that I cannot even mention here. And the end result now justifies the means of why they went there. And that's why we see some people getting good results, some people getting bad results. So on this note, I want to advise men, because there's a guy, I don't know if you know him, his name is Andrew Tate. He's on social media. They blocked him on YouTube. They blocked him on WhatsApp. They blocked him everywhere. It's only this guy that recently released him, this guy that bought Twitter, released him, and he's on Twitter, and now he's been arrested in Romania. Why? Because he was telling men how to man up, how to grow up, how to do things. He said that, look, men from age 20 to 35, men are struggling. From 20 to 25, men find it hard to make money. But 20 to 25, women mature. Okay, Omoyes Kono or somebody else said earlier on that women do not know what choices to make around that age, 20 to 25 or 20 to 30. But they know how to sleep with whatever men that they choose. They choose men. Women choose men around that age. If you're not good looking, if you don't have six-pack, you don't have the right muscles, they just tell you, look, man, I'm not interested.
Why sir, I have to interject you there. What I said was women between 18 and 25 don't know what they want yet. They're very naive, and that's a fact.
Oh, okay. So part of that means that they dismiss a lot of men who come their way. Am I correct?
It's part of the naivety that I'm talking about, because they don't know what they want. So they would, of course, they would dismiss a lot of men because their head is in the sand. Same with men too, right? So that's what.
Yeah. Okay.
Sir,
not a problem. Yeah.
Hello, sir. You referenced to Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate was detained recently because of sexual allegations and exploitation. So that one is totally different from what we're saying. That's why he was arrested.
Okay. What I'm going to say to that is that there has not been any charges brought up against him. There's not been any proven facts against him. And the whole world of young men right now, in fact, 99.9% of young men between the ages of 18 to 35 believe that the Western world is trying to incriminate him because he's freeing the young generation of men right now. And he's telling them what to do. He's telling them not to go after women. He's telling them, look, don't go after. Okay, I don't agree with him 100%. To be honest, let me say this here, and also the things that Omoye said about women, I do agree with. Women dismiss men for those reasons. And the Tate was saying something regarding that. And the Tate said, look, when you're broke, the woman will tell you to fob off. They'll tell you to go away. They don't want to see your face. And now you're now 35 and you're not making money. And this woman, they now come flocking around you. What do you do by then as a man? You worked hard. When you were 20 years old, they don't want to see your face. Now you've gone and you worked hard. You're 35 years old. Now you've made some good money. You're able to afford some kind of, whatever amount of money that is able to give you a house, a car, and some security. And then this woman start flocking around you. What do you do as a man? So it's a little bit confusing, and that is where I want to go into the area of being brought up. People being brought up by single parents, number one, yeah, that will affect your growth because there was no father figure there. Those people are Andrew Tate's biggest fans because they need a father figure, you know, and they will tend to look at women like, oh my gosh, man, you guys have been ignoring me. Now I've made some money through Bitcoin and you're coming because I'm driving a BMW or I'm driving 2023 Range Rover. You know, what do you expect to go through these people's head? You know, and also people who grew up from orphanages. We need to think about these people who had they grew up with other kids, no father, no mother. They grew up from there, and now they are 18 years old, they are 19, they are 20. These are males, and we have females as well. We need to consider these people. How do we treat them? How do they, because they have not seen Papa, Mama, Pekin, like Labour Party logo. They have not seen it all their lives. How do we treat them? You know? And then we now have, amongst these people, we now have some of these young men who will be strayed away into certain areas of the internet, which I forbid to mention. But you know what I'm talking about. And they have high testosterone. They like to have sex. They don't want intimate relationships with any woman. They just want to go out there and pretend that they love a woman. And all they end up doing is having sex with her, break their heart, and running away. The same thing with women too. We'll blame both sexes. Nobody is free. No, we are both sexes, male and female, have questions to answer there. And then there is a more dangerous, sinister one that both parties do not even know. That now I'm going to refer to Nigerian culture, because some of us, whether we believe it or not, our great-grandparents made a pact with the devil. They were either worshiping somewhere or doing something somewhere that has been transferring from one person to another throughout the generation. How is that going to be broken? Yeah,
I don't agree with you. That one is a spiritual something.
Well, let me finish. Let me finish.
My dear brother. Anyway, but I don't believe that is the case.
1 second. 1 second. Let me finish. 1 second. I will listen to you. 1 second. Yeah. I know that we all know the concept of Ogbanje spirit. Do you know that if you have sex with an Ogbanje girl, yeah, the spirit automatically has a right to torment your life for the rest of your life?
Yes, that's your belief, sir.
That is your own belief.
White people have Ogbanje more than your people. They have which more than your people.
Depend on your belief. Anyway,
according to tradition, those who want to marry Ogbanje, they also know how to follow Ogbanje, and they marry and they live. I'm talking about marriage.
Let him round up, sir, in 1 minute. Thank you.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised that statement upset a few people. I'm sorry.
No, not upsetting. We opposed it. It doesn't mean everybody can say anything. You know, it means that it's what you believe. Someone like me now might say, no, I don't believe on that. Somebody else might say they believe on it. That's what I'm saying. So we shouldn't think that everybody believe on that particular statement. That's what I'm saying. So nobody's upset about it.
Oh, okay. I'm happy to hear that nobody's upset about it. I'll round up in a couple of minutes by saying this. Yeah, I will advise all men, do not hit your wife, no matter what. It's better to, if your woman is upsetting you, jump in your car, run out of the house, go somewhere and cool down.
Yes.
Yeah. And our
advisor, and go and have a bottle of beer.
Exactly. Exactly. I will advise all men and women especially to respect and love your husband. And for men, make that money. Try and make that money. It is very important. Because without money, you don't get respect from a woman. This is the pure truth. You need to make that money, no matter what. But don't do it wrongly. Don't steal. Don't do Yahoo. You know. Okay. And for these women who divorce, and immediately they have a man already. They have already been planning it. They have already been cheating on the man from way back. That is why you see them, they divorce today.
Divorce. Yes.
They divorce today, and then next month they have a man. How come? How soon? Why so quick? They have it there. And then to sum it up, I will now say to Omoya's Corner that because she read Ephesians 5, that we should submit to each other. But the Bible made it specific on verse 22. She quoted verse 21, but verse 22 said, look, wives. Verse 22 was talking to wives to actually submit to their husband.
Right. The reason why I quoted 21 was because somebody called in and quoted only 22. So when we're reading stuff, and not everybody's a Christian or Muslim or whatever, by the way, when you're quoting stuff, quote it completely. Don't leave it half-half.
Yeah, you're right. You're right there. And you went on top and quoted 21. And then 22 is now speaking to the wife, and then 25 now warned the husband. So the Bible is not partial. The Bible is impartial. They told the wife to submit, and then he now instructed the husband in 25 to love the wife. And I was asking myself, look, what is love? Because a lot of us are confused. We don't even know what love is. We just think that when we feel good, that is what love is. No, that is wrong. Emotion is a result of love. Love is not emotion. There are two different things. So if any man is here listening to me, or any woman is here listening to me, and you think that happy feeling that you feel on the inside is love, no, it is not love. I will tell you what love is.
Can you round up, sir?
This is what love is. Love is patience.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Just give me 30 seconds and I'll round up. Love is patience. Love is kindness. Love does not envy. Love does not boast. Love is not arrogant. Yeah. Love does not get its own way. That means you must win at all times. Yeah. Love does not rejoice when somebody has failed. Yeah.
Okay.
And love rejoices with the truth. Yeah. When you do all that with your partner, you will not have any problem at all with your marriage. With your marriage. With that, I submit.
Mr. Dajapo.
Thank you. No. Hold on. No, please. We have people here. No, sir, please. Hold on, sir. Hold on, please. We have people that is waiting for the past 3 hours that have not said anything.
No, I just want to ask him a question.
No, but if you ask him a question, how do you want him to answer it? Then we
no, I believe that question is very vital.
Go ahead. What's the question?
It says that men should make money. But the way he said it, that it's compulsory, a man has to have money for the woman to respect a man.
Yeah, not everybody that can agree to that. Some can agree, some can disagree.
Of course you need money, my brother, man.
For your wife to respect you.
How are you going to pay for your wedding if you don't have money? How are you going to buy a house?
Although I'm not in support of that, but it's okay. Everybody entitled to their opinion.
If you want to break that down, please let not take it out of contention. And it is true. As the head of the house, man must take care of his family. And the only way you take care of your family is by your hard work. It may be your hard work, not much. Man must take care of his family. So go and make money.
Lefty, you never marry. This kind of topic, so we have man go take care of your family. You not really get what you want to talk for that one. Go marry first. Go marry first.
You know how many marriage where they cancel?
You they cancel marriage, you never marry. Make you say go marry first now.
Native doctors don't they ever solve your own problem.
I don't understand.
Alex, who call you for this matter? You don't marry.
Well, I don't feel disqualify him now because he never married. He probably has more experience and understanding than a lot of married people.
Me personally.
This one where they depend on so. One lefties. Let us know.
Mr. Alex, take it easy now.
My friend.
Must you come and defend him
I'm my friend. I'm my friend. How many times I call you?
Quiet. I not talk again.
I'm my friend. Okay.
Alex, this will not be yesterday when they do local magio.
All right. We have, like I said, once everybody don't talk, it go fair because we don't to cajole these places. Let's move on now to Mr. NCBD, who have been so patient with us here. Good evening to you, Mr. NCBD. Please talk on this.
But before Mr. ICBD, we had a super chat we never acknowledged. I've left it for a very long time.
Yes, we got. I
from
guess
Jaja. It was from Jaja.
Was it Jaja?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Jaja, thank you so much for the wonderful super chat right there. No verse, you know, see this topic and the thing don't carry everybody wrong, not be small thing, you know. So let's move up. Guys, please make una share. You see, we never remember to tell them on share or like since you know now because the topic we don't get carried away. Okay, make a talk and make una help us share, make una like, I beg. Now God bless you now. Okay, Mr. CBD, please talk to us, sir.
Yes, greetings, Mr. Ninja Watch. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. So, this topic of is a very important topic and very sensitive also. But if you ask me, I think what we are trying to do is to try and we are concerned about what is happening with marriages and all that. And if you ask me, I don't think there's any saving that can be done. We are trying to save marriages and save our people because it has gone beyond that. We can save a few people by, giving some people information that probably they don't know. But on a larger scale, on a major scale, I don't think there's any going back. It will just it's just a continuous degeneracy on a larger scale because until for those who believe the Bible or who are Christians, until the book of Isaiah chapter 4 verse 1 comes to pass. I don't know, I won't say the scripture to avoid the all right, so what I'm going to say is this. The problem with some of these marriages is that people get into whether it's marriage or relationship, sometimes, especially in this present, in the world we are living in right now, especially for financial gains and, economic reasons. And also some people go into it for emotional dependency. Yeah, and there's a huge difference between someone who is looking for someone to be emotionally dependent on and someone that truly loves someone. The difference is that if someone is emotionally dependent on someone and the other person that he or she is in a relationship with says, you see, I'm no longer interested, I want to go my way, I want to go something, I don't want this anymore. The one who is emotionally dependent can even threaten to take his or her own life because of that. But the one who loves that person in a healthy way will be like, okay, I care enough to let you go because I like you, your happiness should be my happiness, so you want to go. But the other one will fight tooth and nail, thinking that it's all about fighting. Oh, there's a situation here whereby you might want to, you don't give up on things, but at some point you have to be able to know the limits, know where the line is drawn, to be able to know if it's healthy for you to continue or if you should allow that person go. So that's just one of the problem. And our sister was talking, this thing about feminism on its own is a good thing. The liberal feminism, I'm sure some of us know that there are types of feminism. There's liberal, there's I think is it Marxist, there's radical feminism, there's eco-feminism, I think cultural feminism and all, and so on and so forth. But the liberal feminism is something that I don't see anything wrong with. The major problem that some people, or the one that some people might find a bit or some people might be hostile towards is the radical feminism, whereby you find some ladies who, not representing all the ladies, but those ones you could even, they actually hate men because it has, and there are some of them like that, and that's just why some people, those are the ones that kind of make people feel a certain way about the thing feminism. But if you go through with the liberal feminism, is a good thing because everybody should want a world where their daughters, their sisters, their wives, their mothers should be able to be respected for what they can contribute and for the value they have than just some rules and regulations that is probably not necessary. So it's a very deep thing. I wouldn't want to go too much into it because of time, but I think what I would just say is that some of our people, especially in Africa, we are a bit late to some of these things, because in the West, they have been through all this phase. They are still in it, but most or many people have already been through it. And there was a time that everybody was talking about they don't care if they, some people actually, some ladies, because of that feeling like fighting back, really want to even be like men or something. And now there's now a new trend whereby they'll tell you that they are embracing their femininity. That's not feminism. Femininity is different from feminism. Femininity is when someone embraces their female nature, So, but our people, some of us, we are still in the days of we must all fight. And it's not like that. Like what I think, is it Madam Rita or Omoy, I'm not sure, that said that the whole thing is about treating each other well. And at the end of the day, I will always look at the man as the major, the first person to be held accountable. I'm not the one who started it. If you believe the Bible or if you're a Christian, you know that even God held Adam responsible. Because if you believe that you have been given some kind of spiritual or supernatural authority over the woman, then you should be able to know that when things are going wrong, you are the one that has probably misstepped somewhere. So you don't now start looking for how to blame your wife because that's what you believe. But if you believe that the wife is both of you are the same, that everything is 50-50, then at the same time you cannot eat your cake and have it. You cannot also now start saying that the woman should submit to you and do some things under you, because so it's either you believe that you're on top and take the responsibility as someone that is on top, or you accept that the woman is equal to you. So it's just a whole lot of things. But like I said, if you've been to some countries over the world, you understand that our society in West Africa, Nigeria, is still much West Africa as a whole, but particularly Nigeria and maybe a few other countries in Africa, our society is still a bit guarded to an extent, and it's something that we really need to embrace. Even if you've been to, I won't mention the names, but been to a few African countries like in the East, maybe the non-conservative Eastern African countries, and probably like in the southern part, you will see lifestyle, you will be shocked. We are still talking about men cheating. I'm telling you, these other societies has gone far beyond that. It's like almost on a 50-50 or even a little bit higher for the women, because don't forget that a woman doesn't really need to go and approach a man. Just by appearing somewhere, she can be approached by 5-6 men, at a go. So if it's a woman that is not controlling herself, that doesn't have that, you imagine what she will be doing. So, so we really need to understand that we have to, number one, look after our women. I will say that before you start looking at what they are not doing right, you must make sure that you look at, because if you're not protecting your women, what exactly is your purpose, in the society? Because that's number one thing as a man. There are some countries when you go, like some people feel a certain way of, I'm not also trying to justify whatever, but there's also some things to admire from like these conservative Islamic countries. For example, Saudi Arabia. When you're talking about, some people will tell you, oh, women are, and all that, maybe they are not giving the kind of freedom that they should have. I'm not going to say it's wrong or right. It's not for me to say right now. But in that same country, do you know that I don't know if I should say the word, the R crime is, the penalty is capital punishment. In that same country where you feel like women are being oppressed, in that same country, if you mistreat a woman, or maybe you kind of try to abuse her, that person might lose their life, especially when you're coming from outside. So you must understand that you can't even touch their women unless everything is done properly. So according to their laws and their custom. So we must understand that the first place to start is by protecting, or making sure that you protect your women to a certain extent. When you leave them to fend for themselves in everything, you can't really judge the way they live their life, because you're not doing anything. Like if you go online now, you find out that many of our ladies, our young ladies, are doing what's it called? Is that this thing they will show or send their nudes and somebody pays them? All those kind of. That's how they are surviving. Sometimes you might jump up and start condemning these ladies, but it's still men that goes there, look at them, tell them to send, and they send money. That's why when we are talking about that story of that young lady that they said she killed someone, the 21-year-old lady with the 40-something-year-old man. And one thing I said, I think we were discussing that on one of Emma's morning sessions. And we said, for me, I had a different take. I said, okay, yes, nobody supports that. She has to pay for a crime, because you can't, there's no reason why you take a man's life. But sometimes when you see a young lady who is still trying to figure out things in the world, you might be saying, oh, women get matured faster. Who told you? Because if you yourself as a man that knows some of the things that you did and the way you were reasoning at the age of 21, 22, what makes you feel like a woman reasons 10 years ahead of you at that age? So you must understand that sometimes don't try to wife or to take advantage, whatever you want to do with someone that actually needs help. It doesn't matter how they look. You have to look at where they are mentally, how they, in their life, how they are still reasoning and everything. So instead of maybe that lady comes from a very poor home. Maybe the only reason why she's even sitting down talking to you is because she needs money, maybe to take to her mother or her brother or something. And you're there trying to transact some, sexual thing with her.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please try and round up in 1 minute.
So my point is that as much as we are, I wouldn't advise some of our ladies to, go into this mode of, not just our ladies, our young people, everybody. But at the same time, we must also be able to address things from the root cause and from the beginning, and understand that as a man, you are still much more held responsible for all these things than the lady, to be honest with you. Yeah, so I won't say much. Let me just stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CBD. The last person we have here that need to talk to us before we can ask ourselves questions is Mr. Peter Okundaye. Good evening to you, sir. Please.
I just have to talk.
No. You don't talk for phone. Please hold on.
No, now that's cheating. Now
no,
I have to appeal it now. You give me 2 minutes at least. 2 minutes, please.
We'll come back to you. All right, Mr. Peter Okundaye, talk to us.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Najawash.
Good evening, sir.
Listener, panelists, listener, commenters.
We can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Thank you. I greet everyone. I greet everyone in the house. So, what I want to talk about in this, the horizons of marriage, the periphery, the EBD and EBGD of this marriage is that I blame all these things on government. Those who were leading people, whether in the church, because two things that happen to these things, because when we are saying Nigeria, we did not just talk of the part in Nigeria. It's not just all Nigeria. It is the southern parts, not the northern part. So when we are saying Nigeria, we should be able to describe it well. That the southern people.
Please, the problem is also high in the north. So go and find out your statistic. It's a serious problem.
Marry diverse of these things in the south. We did not marry more than one wife. They marry 4. So if one out of it is not diverse yet, Nigeria, our side marry only 1 or 2 and become problem. Like Iniedo was 1, the other brother was 1. Our whatever they call them, they are one wife. Peter, our brother Peter or P Square, one of them. It is 1 wife. It is not 2 or 3. Neither the other one said is not able to reach me anymore. But let me talk on these issues. From the day they accept the white man marriage, a white man religion, was the day they accept everything that go with them. Because in the white man world, if they want to marry 2, they will marry 1 and divorce and go and marry another one. That one will now start taking care of the children. So it's the same thing you are experiencing along with the religion they brought for yours. So that is why people that are practicing it are the people who accept this so Christianity. They use Bible to cover face. And they are, after the Bible, they are something else. Our brother who said our father something else like this. The same Bible is from wood. The Bible was made from wood. So there's this, anybody that believe on Bible God, believe on wooden God that our father were practicing. Then, and our father were able to use those wood to guard their children, whether the man or the woman, not to go beyond boundaries. But when the white man bring the God from the wood in the name of book called Bible, they could not put any laws for us to follow. And our people now see it as opportunity or yardstick that said, do anything you like, God will forgive you. So that is the same thing we are saying today. But let me say this, it is not from this moment that divorce started. Before the white man came to our land, before this Christianity that not convinced us to one wife, there was divorce already, but it was not the women that were divorcing their men. It was their men that were divorcing the women. That is why you will see that the woman will say, I will not go and die in my husband's house. He will not return back to his father's house and take care of his children or her children in their father's house. So divorce has been there, but it was not as this modern way. So let us not just say it is done this modern that caused divorce. That from time, even that time that our people practice what we call tradition, which is our African traditions or religions. So they were divorced, but it did not permit the woman to go to another man. So that was only the key, and that was what put fear to the young ones that is coming, that I will make sure I make my house to work, so that I will not be among like what the mistake that happened to my mother or the mistake that happened to my father. I will not allow it. There was self-dignity, not as shame. What we have today, there is no shame. So no self-dignity. That is why everything we see divorce. First in all, these people that we said they divorce, we call them social media influencers. What is their dignity? A talkative went and married, and everybody clap for him. My people said, if you see woman in party, you marry, know that a woman will still go out of your hand in party because he's looking for the best. He has not, you are not the best. So the day we see the best over you, we still go along with it. So that is it. On the other hand, they call them Okbolo A. So their eyes is so open. So until we begin to apply self-dignity in our life, which need to come from the leaders, whether it's from the home, from the church, from the government, self-dignity, if that one did not come, all these things is going to increase more. So by the time we have self-dignity, we will have a good marriage. And let me put the real truth why people are getting divorced in marriage. Nobody married the kind of woman they're supposed to marry, and no woman married the kind of man they're supposed to marry. Such marriage will divorce. Whether they spend 50 years, 80 years, they will still divorce. The day the woman, the thing he like in that marriage, or the man like in that marriage, the day that thing left that marriage, the marriage is over. Who are ever sit down and ask the partner, what did you really like in me that you want to marry to? Because so that you will be able to make sure that the marriage did not break. Because if he married you because you have big breasts, the day we see other, when your breasts fall down, we'll be looking for the one that have big breasts. If he married you because you know how to do vaga, the day you are not able to do vaga, he's looking for the one that is able to do vaga. And all these are the things that cause.
Please, what is Dudu Vaga, please?
You have to know. I'll give you dictionary.
So all these things are the cause of marriage, breaking everything. Now they said, some people said the man cheat. My brother and my sister, it's difficult to find a man who doesn't have eyes on another woman, because everything she's looking for, the man is looking for, did not really complete in your body. You might have big breasts, you might have the big back, your character will not complete. So it will no longer be looking for that character, it will not be looking for the one that have that character. By the time you find that one that have that character, maybe the leg of that person did not complete. They will not be looking for the one that have that leg, which is not in you, is not in the other person. So that is it. That is why you see men, they say he cheat, he cheat. It is difficult for a man, for any man to say he want to stay with a woman, except they understand themselves. They are able to put their things in the table and say, this is what I'm lacking. This is what you need to have. This is what, then that is only what can make marriage work. So our fathers married that time were because of self-dignity. Let us reverse self-dignity into our life so that we can have a peaceful marriage. Because like P-Square was public figure. Anybody that married to a musician in our adult dialect, they said, whoever that is going after a man that is public figure, we know that he's just there for a part-time, because another person is still going to look for the person. So that is why, check all these people, you people are saying they cheat, they are married and divorced and this, because they are public figure. So all women want to taste public figure. So by the time you taste, another one will come to taste. You that involved in public figure.
Mr. Peter Akundaye, we are not particularly focusing on public figures. The rate of divorces in Nigeria right now is even, if you have to compare to the celebrities, is about 90% to 10%. So we are talking about the general public, Nigerians in the Nigerian community. Divorcing is just going on everywhere. Why? It's not about celebrity. I mean, the percentage, the statistic of the percent of this celebrity is very, very minimal. It's everywhere. It's just that I don't want us to focus in abroad today. It's also happening abroad. Many women don't want to stay with their husband anymore in abroad for a reason I don't know. In the UK now, many, they are not staying. Some of them are not doing it because of benefits. Some of them are not doing it because of one thing or the other. Why men, if we have to talk about cheating abroad, I don't think, anyway, I cannot really generalize. But for me, in abroad, for inside this school, how am I till they come off from one place, go another, go they cheat everywhere? Is that possible? I don't know. When you talk about men cheat in Nigeria, yes, it's possible, but in abroad, to be honest, for you to have two girlfriend or two wife for abroad, my brother, you don't finish, you are finished. In fact, you don't die in advance. You know,
it's possible. It's possible, sir.
It's possible
to have, yeah. Now, okay, like me now, I went to work. On my way coming at Branch Road, My wife, if I have really wife, he ask me question, I might give her one excuse or another why I did not come
But
work
that's what
on
I'm
time.
saying, sir. How do you manage it? You must be very rich to be cheating here or in abroad. It's expensive.
No,
or you don't buy coffee, buy anything for that woman you are cheating with, or your second wife.
Mr. Ivis, this question where they ask Peter Okuda and a very big question. Sometimes not being they spend the money, now the woman they spend the money.
Oh
Because the woman
yes,
want
that
her.
one not true. Now the
Because
woman want her. That one not
now
true.
the want her. Now the socialization. He just make one example. Say, Olejita, we will break on that our local. Now they happen locally. So we will don't give room for freedom, no protection, no dignity. We can do whatever we like. Any small thing will not dey endure again for life. We don't dey look outside just now, waiting. Anything can happen because we feel say we feel get anything we want and get away with it. You cannot eat your cake and have it.
Okay.
One word wey he talk, we will break am down. Now they happen today for Lagos. Alex use one word. He says starting from children of 19.
Okay, they don't hold leftists. Leftists will not hear you again.
Okay, round up. Let me round up.
Round up, sir. Round up. Round up in 1 minute, please.
I said, what we are seeing now, all these things I blame the leaders, whether parents, whoever that lead ahead of us, cause all these things. Because when they remove self-dignity, will not be. By the time you send your daughter to Europe, you go and bring money, or you begin to use her to imitate Angelina daughter. Look at the way they are feeding their family. All these things become open. So nobody have right to question other person again. So everybody liberty become what we are experiencing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peter Kundai. Everybody have contributed. Alex, will you let's give you 2 minutes to talk on this again.
Okay, thank you, Najawash. Yes, I still blame it on leadership because number one, countries that we are imitating are providing for their citizens. In the case of
you are going to politics now, please.
No. It's not politics. It's not politics. Yeah. Okay, let me come back home. Since you don't want me to hit the problem at the roots. Anyways, okay. Let me come back home like this then. Our girls these days, we should be careful with social media. And our film industry, movie industries, they should also do better because, for example, Mercy Johnson can't be insulting a man on a movie, on a set, and it will go viral on TikTok and everywhere. And she's busy kneeling down for her husband in Uromi. But our guests don't know that. They just copy it and start playing it out in the real life with their spouses. The lady that did it just did it as a professional, and she got her money and she went away. I'm just using her as an example. So our movie industries also they have to come up with other topics that we talk about mutual respect. It's not only men that abuse women. So I know women that we almost on a daily basis, we go and rescue their men from them. Some women are very aggressive too. They beat their men. Some of them were former boxers. You know, they were gymnastics people. So for me, social media has done a lot of damages. In as much as it has done a lot of good too. So we should be careful with the things we are picking from social media, especially our younger people that the government chased their family members, their parents into diaspora. They didn't get the proper upbringing. So right now, what now guides them is things they get from the movie industries and the social media. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. For the first time since we would open this Naija Watch, for the first time now, let's keep to time. For the first time ever.
Because say that marriage matter, and when Peter Okuda speak one English, it isn't only sabi speak English. He not gonna do anything again.
Oh, that guy make me laugh. Oh, that my guy, he make me laugh.
All right.
He said, "BDD."
All right, my people, I want to appreciate every one of you. You know, Iris Finest in the building. You know, quick comment. All the videos that we played earlier on, you know, you supposed to see them. You know, so very important videos. Although, I'm not gonna support any man that is cheating for fun. You just cheat. You think you enjoy your life. You're putting a woman out there that is passing through lots of pains. I'm not going to encourage any man or support any man that is beating his wife like a punch back. And I'm not going to encourage any man that is in any kind of aggression. You know, look at what happened to the first video we played earlier on, or the second video, the girl that was murdered by a man. So please, the reason why we are talking about these things is because none of us know better. We are learning from each other. If you know there's something you are doing right now, because you are not a perfect person, nobody is perfect, we must learn now. You know, also listen, I saw a comment today from Ephrata Catfish, and Omo Ye can also added to that message, and Mother Rita as well. You know, you can go out there and get sickness. You can't carry, can't give innocent woman with their house. You know, say you dey enjoy yourself. It's very, very wrong. You know, remember, one thing we must understand is that all this suffering and struggle, the day doctor tell you, say you get that sickness that is uncurable in your body, for your body, now that day, all effort to die. All those one where they tell you, say, no, people are living with this, that, they are fine. The other one is living with the other, that, they are fine. My people, forget that, you know. The day where your mind think, go there, you are finished. It's just the fact. Whenever you want to do anything, you just say, oh, what's the need? What's the need? You want to go here, what's the need? What's the need? So for me, remember, yeah, it's fun when you're doing it. I'm not perfect. I'm not here preaching perfection, but you have to be careful. Everybody have their downside, you know. And for women, my take, because I'm men they talk to scenes. For women, listen. You see that first video I played today from our mama, our old mama, I go play them again just now when I finish the talk. Respect your husband. You know, listen. When I listen to that elderly woman, that's when I get to know that sometimes we men, we don't even realize if our wife loves us or not when you respect us. Because the shadow, the umbrella of the respect will overshadow every other thing. Honor your husband and respect your husband. Trust me, you will never have problem. Any man will leave woman with the honor and the respect, and you want to go find woman for inside this school. That means you get problem. And when we notice you get that kind of problem, you don't deserve to have a wife. That's just the fact. Respect and honor your husband. Even though when you do anything wrong, sometimes if you even the thing say he want to leave you, you go look back and say, I not feel leave my wife. He might even go for your back, go do one or two things. Now he by himself go still decide, say, Kai, and they go back to where they come from. My wife remain the best. Trust me. It's also part of footprints. All this comparison will be one. More talk as it be, will not be one, not verse. Will not be one. Respect your man is the head of the house. This will be one. Now UK to destroy UK, so will be 50-50. Everything will be 50. He cannot work like that. And for men, you shouldn't take advantage of it because man is the head of the house and treat your wife like a slave in the house. We have some men out there, even though we know, say, yes, we not be one, man is man. But some men are out there that still give everything to their wife. I'm not talking about money or materialism. I mean, keep putting all efforts to make sure, say, his wife is always happy. It they now. Please, you know, we are here to learn. Maybe we might have this topic again next time. But before that, let's listen to what this woman was saying, because I like him. I support this woman. I know some of you are going to disagree, but I support her.
Sis, can I tell you the truth? A man doesn't care if you love him. He only cares if you respect him. He doesn't care if you have money and do things for him. if when you talk to him like he's a child, or you talk to him with a tone that equals disrespect to him. See, women need love. Men need respect and honor. So I don't care how much you do, how much you sex him, how much you give him. If you got a slick mouth and don't know how to talk to him, oh, he'll go find somebody who is not as cute as you, that won't do as much for him, but respects him. Learn how to control that mouth, sis. That mouth do, well, what that mouth do matters, and it only matters if it's respectful. Remember that today and carry on.
All right. Yes. Now, so we see we go say we do 1 minute round again. If anybody have anything to say, like I said before, we all are here, and if we have to actually talk about it in depth, people like us too young to they talk about marriage. They advise people. I'm not there to advise you, tell you how you want to live your marriage or anyhow you want to live her. As long as you know, say you they happy, you live her like that. But for the time when me don't spend for this earth, me I know say waiting me value pass from woman now respect and honor. Now just the truth be that. If they give me everything within this world, you not get respect, you not go even fit near me, it's the truth. So that respect and honor is very important. And for men, as an African man, we are entitled to marry more than one wife. Sometimes when I see men, they talk this time, you'll look, you'll laugh. As an African man, I'm entitled to marry more than one wife. Oh, God. People will create that tradition that time. They don't do life ago. Many of them don't die. Oh. They don't create that before they even born our grandpapa. They don't do life again. They come and made them. You can marry more than one wife. Okay. And they watch you. Maybe we hear from Midwest people on this. And Midwest people.
Mr. Najawas, let me shock you. Me, I have 7 wives.
Okay, that's fine, sir. That's fine. You can now you be a junior Ken now. You get the one that they run out. That's fine.
It gets me today.
Exactly.
Now big problem.
That make me the talk and so I'm a title.
You know what people one woman body, you want to carry 2. Now
they see some men for Nigeria that they do like this. I'm a title. I'm saying, I bet Midwest people talk to us. Sir.
Yeah, the aspect I want to talk about is this. I will talk based on let the government wake up as far as Nigeria is concerned. I see this thing like an epidemic. It's already there. But the negative impact is going to have upon the children that will grow up. That's what the government have to look for a way to put structure on ground to help those children. If not, I think this is a very well orchestrated weapon from the Western world against African countries. They can manage their own. They have the resources. They have seen it. They have visioned it. That is why they transit from marriage to living together. That when you divorce, the sense of relationship will still be there with the man and the woman, so they can still be very attached to their children, so they can be sure of their future. But we Africans, we don't see this. This is a very serious issue, my brother. I'm telling you the truth. I will give you an example. Maybe I will mention the country. So years ago, I was in a country.
You have 1 minute less, sir.
Okay. And that country is an African country. And that country is, I would say, Cape Verde. It's Cape Verde. It's part of West Africa country. The difference is that Cape Verde have government that is accountable. He is in Africa. And that is where I tested practical fundamental human right in practice. You can learn it in Nigeria, but you don't practice it. So, but there was a problem. If you look left, when women dress, my brother, the only thing you see is their breasts, their buttocks. Then Nigeria, we're still very conservative with our culture. So it will be very difficult for us to, adjust. It's a little bit full of temptation, full of.
That's what I wanted to say now. Madam Irene is asking you, what does government got to do with this?
I will come to it. Let me just quickly round up. Because we are here
trying to time, sir. We need to close now. We got many people.
Yeah, what the government need to do is how can we raise the children that are involved? The two partners, those that have separated, they've started their own life. But in any way that is going to affect the children is what the government how the family will contribute and being able to support the upbringing of the child.
But you are talking about government. Even the Western government, they can't do anything about it.
They are doing something. That is why you have
doing?
what is called child support in law. That is why you have child benefits.
No. If you are talking about child support, it's not an upbringing. Child support is only when you support your child with money. It's an extortion which many women are using.
No. Let us not argue this. This is what we little bit get.
No, sir. How does child support give a child a moral upbringing, for Christ's sake?
See now, let me tell you, this is why. Let us not put it in argument. The reason why they put all this law is for the woman to have enough resources to concentrate to bring up the children. You understand me now? So that you don't just, when you leave the woman, what will the woman turn to? She turned to prostitution immediately. That would be the first thing that will come to her heart. Are you not saying that people started hooking up? They have kids that have to eat 2 or 3 times a day. So the government need to look at a way where the man should know, I have a responsibility. I'm attached to these children. Instead of just dumping them and their woman. And most of this free money they pay to children, they introduce this money solely because of this problem. You go and find the history behind why they started paying this money. You understand me? So they introduce this thing just because of this problem. They know that this problem is already there.
To be honest, I disagree with the stand of the Western government when it comes to separation from couples. Because the Western government does not encourage marriages. They don't encourage marriages. When you leave your wife or for any reason, they don't encourage you to keep good relationship with your children. They don't.
Okay. We are they agree. See, they allow you. I'm talking about a problem, and I'm talking about solution here. The problem is already in our
solution. The government are not helping. That's what I'm saying. Both
listen, when we put, if it's a country where people know a disaster is coming, and that's why I refer to a country just now. See where the problem will start from. You today talking about marriage because your parents married. You have that marital orientation in your brain. You see it as part of your culture. When the next generation grow, they lose confidence over the women. That is when you see a different problem. You go to a country where women is having 5 children, 5 men. Once they are pregnant.
Midwest people, to be honest, in the UK, I grew up here. So almost all my life here. So United, hold on, sir. United Kingdom government prefer make una just scatter, pata. They are not interested.
See,
get out. In fact, the house where you suffer buy, where you build for many years ago, when you now scatter, they will take your house and give it to your ex-wife. You will be on the street. Call will finish you. So more no you go there. Another day we'll discuss this one. More no you go there. They are not part of it. The only way to bring up children in the right way depend on the parents, the father and the mother, not the government.
Najawash, you said the voice is rampant and it's happening. What is the future of the children in your country, Nigeria, when there is no proper law how to support the development of this child? This is the area I'm talking to, please, so that you get what I'm trying to point to. You understand me? That is why the government has to come in.
You are right. So you are right when it comes to that, but you must know it's not all father that is useless. Some men, they divorce their wife or their wife divorced them. They still want to be part of the life. They still want to be with their children, to be in their life. But in the UK, government will support the woman to make sure say they ban you forever till eternity out of the life of these children. It's wrong. They don't. When it comes to government, when you're talking about government, especially UK, they make me the verse because I don't see many men in pains. Look at the other video that I played the other time. A man of 70 years was crying inside the cold that the house he bought 40 years ago have been taken away from him, and they gave it to his ex-wife. And this wife was cheating. Whenever she finished from work, she go to another man's house. She finished from work, she go to another man's house. The same woman was the woman that divorced him, not even the man. At the end, UK government judge rubbish. They give him house where he bought 40 years ago. Now another door will come.
Naija also look at it this way now. As this thing is rampant, do you think next generation of men will fall victim of that? White people then say, why do you think they rejected this, their marriage? And at the end, they start changing law. Go to Holland, come to Sweden. who go for marriage. They go for living together, and they sign so many documents there to define what the future holds for them. So we are talking about, what about the children? Like here in UK, they are supporting children that find themselves in this situation. In Nigeria now, they don't care about the children that are victims of this decision of two partners.
No. When we have to talk about Nigerian government, they don't care about anybody. Victim or no victim.
Now, when you look at the future, it's a disaster for the continent as a whole. So this is the aspect. What I'm trying to say.
On that, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I thought you were generalizing all governments. When you talk about, if you also check it, sir. If you also
not European yeah.
Okay, let me quickly put this. If you check it, Nigerian government are better than abroad government when it comes to leaving your husband. Go, make woman go police station, go report her husband. The 5 questions where police go fair ask you. Say, okay, you say you want to leave your husband now, B, because you don't get one man for corner. There's a way they look at upbringing in Nigeria. Do you think parents bring up their children alone in Nigeria? Your neighbor, everybody join you to bring up your children in Nigeria, right?
That was when the neighbor was good and the society was good. Now the neighbor is bad, the society is bad. That's why the children they're having, like that guy said, 90. The society was bad.
You don't even trust anybody around your children.
So the society have psychologically it has affected
this one next time.
It has affected it. For me, let me quickly throw this one in. If the government is not seeing it and nobody is trying to address it, people who have power, then we are just seeing a tsunami, because it's not going to be good for the country and it's not going to be good for the continent. And my advice is this: all these women who continue to strive, like when you say respect, they look for another way to counter it. My dear, marriage without respect, it doesn't work. Except a man that is not disciplined. I don't know. When a man is a man of principle, you marry that kind of person. Be ready to respect them. If you don't respect it, will not work. Have that one in your mind, because the respect is what is going to bring that love, and that your own respect is going to trigger more respect for you. It will carry love, it will carry respect, and the man will offer it to you again. And again, the children growing up will have a structure. Thank you very much. That's what I believe.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to the next part, because this topic that me and my brother was talking about right now, we need to talk about it next time, because it's a big problem. The reason why I use the word they are better is that in Africa, you can't just people. If we have to talk about you see now, we focus on Nigeria today for this divorce of a thing. If we wanted to talk about it holistically, for 4 hours now, we talk only one session now. You understand? For abroad, divorcing for abroad, we made a divorce for fun, for abroad. Fun. Either they want to divorce you because of money, they want to divorce you because of your house, because of food, they want to divorce you because of the benefit that will be collected from the government. They want to go to America now. Don't worry, we'll come back to that. We have evidence we'll bring here. Look at how men are out there till they use gun, they kill their own wife just because he collect everything from them. So we don't want to go there. When it comes to government for abroad, for that area, they too fail. And they are still failing. Let's move on to the next person. Yes, Connor, please talk to us in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me just quickly address Mr. What's his name? The guy who spoke prior to me. I can't remember. Mr. Midwest.
Okay, Midwest people.
Yeah, Midwest people. So when he said that when you're talking about respect, that some women want to explain it away in a different way. There's no real woman that would not respect her husband, number one. But the man, if he's a man of principle, I tell you for free, the woman will respect them. So nobody's explaining away anything that has to do with respect for the man. I grew up in a home with 2 parents, and I saw how they grew the family. So, to each their own. Now, to resolve this issue of divorce between couples, I believe that people should learn to, first of all, understand what they want and what their needs are. Because if you don't understand yourself, it's difficult to bring someone in to be dealing with your mess. Sometimes people don't understand what it means to partner with someone, to come together and grow a family. Some people don't understand it. Why? Because either they didn't have any parents growing up, like what we alluded to earlier. Some parents, maybe they divorced or they lost their parents, or for whatever reason they abandoned their children for grandmothers to raise, or aunts, or whatever. And these children literally raise themselves and have no idea what it means to be in the same house with a man growing a family. So there's that many aspects. So understand yourself, so that when you're bringing somebody in, and be honest with yourself. You can marry as many people as you want, but are you true to yourself? Don't impose it on someone else who does not want what you want. So let's respect each other, because respect is reciprocal. And the concept of friendship is also very important, because there's a lot of, the truth is, there's a lot of mismatches. A lot of people marry for money, for name, for fame, for influence, or what I can gain. Selfish reasons. People don't understand. They cannot think beyond, oh, he has money, oh, he lives in this big house. The same way with a man. So if you learn to respect each other and communicate, and to piggy off of what Mr. Victor said earlier, abstain from sex. It is the truth, because once you engage in those acts, prior to you deciding whether you want to be a family or not, whether you're even a Christian or a Muslim or whatever religion you believe in, that aspect is very spiritual. I'm not even talking about religion here, because once you get yourself entrapped in that particular act, your emotions take over as a woman. You're not thinking clearly anymore. So we need to focus on engaging each other, communicating. Is this person the kind of person I can live with? Is this the kind of person that I can talk to, that we can grow and build our family together? Can we have healthy children? Even when we disagree, are we able to still be able to communicate and move forward and not tear each other apart? What I see in society is that a lot of people are mismatched. A lot of people married for the wrong reason. So if we go back to the drawing board, not romanticizing the olden days, but go back to the drawing board, knowing what you know from your parents, your grandparents, bringing it to the fore and talking to this person and say, this is my understanding. What's your understanding? Okay, let's build something together. I think we'll begin to see some semblance of resolution or reduction in divorce rates. Men and women take advantage of each other. That's a fact. But where do we draw the line?
Round up.
Where do we draw the line? Where we draw the line is, let's learn to see each other first as human beings worthy of being treated correctly. Thank you.
And respect each other's. Good. Thank you. For me, I support that 100% though. Yeah, when you have too much of ego, it will be difficult for you to build a home. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Let's move on to the next person sharply. To Naija, please use your 2 minutes. Okay, to Naija, if you're not available, anybody I call, we don't have time. Mr. Victor, please talk to us at 2 minutes. Okay,
Hello,
Mr. Victor is
can
not
you hear me?
available. Okay, I can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to thank Omoye's Corner because this is very important, especially for our young people. Yeah, I am 46 years old at the moment. I will be 47 in March. Yeah, so I can say what I've experienced over the past 20 years without any fear or favor. Yeah, I've seen all these things going on. I've seen marriages and I've seen things happen. And one of the biggest shocks to my life was Chris Yakilome's wife divorcing him in London while the guy was in Nigeria. Yeah, so divorce does not come with certain criteria. These people have money. They're wealthy. They are multi-millionaires in dollars or pounds or whatever you put it. So what cost it? They will never go through. They will never experience. I mean, they will never explain to the general public what actually happened. But for me, what I noticed once I realized their relationship was because the man was 6,000 miles away and the woman was getting bored. So there is money, there is no problem. Okay, I said earlier on that men should have money. But okay, now money is there, but now there is distance. So what I can advise men is try to spend time with your woman. I beg.
Okay.
You know, we know you're not cheating on your wife. We know you have money, but the women, they need that extra time. I don't know. It's a woman thing, you know. And also for the woman, stop nagging. Don't nag on your husband. Men don't like nagging. You quarrel from January to December. The man, even it's written somewhere in the Bible that the man is better for the man to even stay on the roof of the house, on top of the zinc, than to stay inside the house with a nagging woman. And also, I will recap by saying, marry your friend. That woman that you want to marry, I beg, may she be your best friend.
Thank you.
First.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so I submit.
Thank you, Mr. Victor. Thank you for your submission. Mr. ECBD, please talk to us at your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much once again. Well, I think I will just end by saying this, the marriage of a thing, I think should learn to, especially for some of our ladies, dealing with some of these things that causes divorce, because I think some of us actually diverted from the main angle of the topic, which is addressing why people are getting divorced. But I think you should be able to see when conflicts arise, you should be able to calculate the situation and know if it's something that can be resolved, and if it's something that cannot be resolved, or if violence is involved. In fact, violence, nobody should tolerate it for 1 minute, because even in Brazil, I think there's a law that they brought that if a woman has evidence, or if maybe it's on record or something, she can actually take the life of the man, and she will not even spend 1 hour in answering questions from the police. But you understand, so violence should not be tolerated at all. When things are not working out, as a man, don't be. Sometimes I see some of these men, I don't understand. I've seen men behaving like their life is going to be over because of. So sometimes you just allow these things to go away or something like that. Don't, even women that might go all the way, please. Life is important. Your life is precious, especially when you have children, your family, your kids, they need you alive. So life continues. And if you're a Christian, don't forget there's no marriage in heaven. So I don't know why somebody want to die on top of the thing. If it's not working, just look for a way to go and continue your life. That's just all I can say, because we can't really tell people how to stay in something that they are the
marriage. Exactly. So, I've said it all. Please.
Can I just add something, please?
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. I think generally the ability to stay in marriages is not. I think there's another aspect that has not been added to this in terms of loyalty. Because sometimes you may not actually respect the person, but you have to remain because you understand the consequences of breaking up the marriage home, and you remain loyal to that because clearly the effects that breaking up a home has on the children is quite negative. It's clear that they said the young men tend to idle away, and chance of dropping out of school or not even attending college increases with the breakup of this marriage, not to mention all the other following effects from all that and knock-on effects from that. So it's clear that the marriage has a value because of they said something about the social aspect of it, whereby a man and a woman comes together, and because it's extra. It's better than one is better than two from that point of view, because the man supports and the woman supports, and both sides balance the child out. So, but when the marriage is broken, you tend to have a situation whereby one of that is lost, and then the child will not necessarily develop fully to their best ability. Even if it's just a study that shows that it's not general. Obviously, there are children that still do very well when they are in single parent homes, maybe even better. But generally, it is clear that there is a reduction in the achievements
Okay.
of children from single parent homes, and that is something that requires an extra level of commitment, because according to one lady, the lady actually describes having children as a weapon in this world, and we see it almost as if it's a burden in the case of Nigeria, because it's how you manifest yourself into the world and control the environment around you. And if you don't protect those children, sometimes it requires extra sacrifice. We sacrifice for everything else for our suffer head. What is there not to sacrifice for children? It's the same thing. Suffering in this world comes by itself. You just have to pick the one that's for a purpose that meets a greater good, because the greater good is for children to grow up in a home that is relatively balanced. Sometimes maybe the parents may not get on, like, in love, because you can be in love today, tomorrow you can fall out of love. You can respect somebody today, tomorrow you might not respect the person. So should you just break up the home for that? It's not. People have to
It's not
see
right.
beyond just their individual feelings, because there are
Mm-hmm.
bigger things at stake here. So thank you for that.
You are right. You are with Mr. John, you have to divorce. You go to Peter, Peter do the same thing, you will divorce. You go to Kingsley, he do the same thing, you will divorce. Okay, we'll move on. The next person that needs to talk to us right now, please hold on, hold on. Mr. CBD, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, just very briefly, once like 15 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to ask. I know as much as I agree with what Tunanja is saying, except in the situation whereby violence is involved, and I would like Tunanja to also tell me what he thinks about when it seems like it's so toxic and so unsafe, and there's some kind of physical altercations involved.
If there is physical altercation that could result in loss of life, clearly the woman cannot be around there. The woman have to remain separate from the man during the period where the man should seek help. If the man does not seek help, then the woman has to separate permanently, which is unfortunate. And this is part of the reasons why even before the marriage, you have to have. This is why our forefathers, what they did was family and family. There has to be a structure in place to support the family, to make sure that they take care of. They make sure their sons, the ones that have the son, they make sure they control their son, to make sure their son behaves himself even before marriage and during marriage, and after. And there's a difference between after the
Okay.
children are grown up and
Okay.
before the children
Thank you.
have grown up, because
Okay.
the way you treat the situation is different then.
Yeah, I agree. I
Thank
agree.
you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, both of you. All right. Alex, please use your 2 minutes now.
Yeah, thank you. For me, I just feel that our people should be careful with what they watch on the movies and what they see on social media. Most of these movie actors and actresses are just actors and actresses. They are just making money, and they are not really. It's just a script. We should copy things and start doing it in reality. Destroying our relationship, becoming rude to our spouses, speaking too many English. We should remember we have a culture. We speak about the Middle Eastern people, Arab people. Yes, hate them or love them, but their marriages seems to work. Even the Northern Nigerians, most of them, not like everything, but at least they respect their culture in spite of the so-called social media Western life. So our women should take it easy on social media intake, and our men should also take it easy on bullying women. Try and be a man, provide for your family, protect your family. But let me stand the warning to women: no man likes a woman that is abusive, a woman that cannot shut up when is needed, a woman that must say everything that she has in mind. No, that's not expressing yourself. Insulting your husband, blue, black, at the slightest opportunity. That is not being a.
Sorry, let me just say that is called a nagging woman. Carry on.
So insulting your husband at every slightest opportunity, that is not being a feminist or being a modern girl or being, no. There are things, there are ways you go about it. You are the queen of the house. The man is the king of the house. There are ways you use the correcting kings. There are ways you cannot hide it. Social media cannot change it. The man is the boss of the house. Even if you are the one paying the bills. At some point, there are some places you want to do certain things. They will tell you, where is your husband? Many people don't even give houses to women these days in some parts of the world. They want to see your elder brother or your husband. So we cannot wish that away. So in other words, I'm not postulating that they should be equal, but the woman should know her place, and the man should also learn to be a bit to temper justice with mercy. So thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Mr. Peter Okondaye, use your 2 minutes now, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. And with the horizon of the marriage, let me go to the spherical, because marriage is supposed to be turned around my hand and your hand. But what we are experiencing that we call divorce, well, I don't blame those who divorce because they did not marry the and the man did not marry.
We can't hear you.
Hello.
Okay,
hello?
Now we can hear you again now.
I said, well, with the horizon of marriage, which is circle, with the line, the problem we have is that the women did not marry the right men, and the men did not marry the right men. Because before, when they want to marry, then go to family background. You must know the family. They are able to describe their characters and how marriage works. But now it's no longer like that. When you just
Oh, your voice go on and off. So
okay. Thank you. If you are not hearing me, but are we still hearing me?
Yeah, we are hearing you again now. Please just round up before it goes off again.
Okay. I said my advice. I advise the government to put law that what will make marriage not to be break into this way. If they put law to guide marriage, if it is the woman that is 40, then he will lose from that marriage. If it is man at 40, he will lose from this marriage. You will see that everybody will like to arrange themselves properly, not to lose from the marriage. Because by the time you walk like the white people, you walk like elephant, you could not even eat like ant. Then the person that see you will want to learn from that mistake, not to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. Najawash, please, I need 10 seconds to say something. It's very, very important. Please.
What's that?
Please, this platform is not in any way against divorce, like divorcing people who are divorced. We are not victimizing you. We are not judging anybody. We are just talking and educating ourselves. If you are a divorced person, you are looking. I saw a comment somewhere some time ago. If you are a divorced person, we don't have anything to say about that. We are not here to condemn anybody. We are not here to say you are bad or you are good, but we are just talking on our own platitudes, on our own capacity to pass information to people. So it's not an anti-divorce platform. That is Z for divorce. So that's the point I want to make.
Yes, and to add to that, I have a lot of stories to tell because my 2 children are currently living with my ex-wife, who is a white Igbo woman. So I don't know whether we have a lot of time to go into that today, but if we have time, then I will go into that and explain it in detail so you can see how women manipulate the system. Not just black women, white women as well. But
it's going to be next Saturday, sir. Today is already, we're already almost 5 hours.
I think this platform should be against divorce because you can't be for breaking up homes.
Mr. Tunaja, you can't judge people. You are not God for me.
We're not judging. I'm not Nigerian. You are judging. It's like saying you're against abortion. You can't be for and against abortion at the same time. You can say
Nigerian is the owner of the platform. He can state his stand. You are not the owner of the platform.
Hold on.
Is this
Hold
my
on.
time to
But you
speak?
are stating
Okay,
the
let
state
us
of the
treat it
person
this
for
You
way.
him
guys are
too.
taking our
Okay,
time.
let us see it this way. We are encourage people's marriage to succeed. And that's
Exactly.
what
Exactly. Thank
X.
you.
That is good. You see, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, but we are not also condemning people who are victims of circumstances
Exactly.
in
That
marriages.
is
Yeah,
that is
those ones
what I
should go
wanted you to
away. They
say.
should go if their
Yeah,
life
that's
is threatened.
exactly.
Okay. Okay. All right. Please stay mute. Stay mute. Stay mute. Stay mute. Please let somebody else speak. We are almost 5 hours now. Mother Rita, please talk to us 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to touch on a few things. I heard Mr. Victor talk about you have to, marry your friend, but I do not believe that having a successful marriage equates to marrying somebody who's your friend. And you can marry someone who's your friend, but that person could love you as a friend enough to say, you know what, we can be good as friends, but we can't be good as husband and wife. So marrying your friend is a good thing, but that is not that is not a paramount ingredient for a successful marriage.
Okay, move on
And
now. You only have 2 minutes,
yes,
please.
yes, yes. And somebody said talk about northern women, they live a better life. Listen, if you've never been there, you just see it on the surface. A typical northern woman, I know like 4 northern women that have married 2 or 3 times. A typical northern woman in Nigeria, quote me anywhere, has married 2 or 3 times in her lifetime. Example is, I'm just going to call a popular person, Babangida's daughter. I think she's in her 3rd marriage. So what you see is not what it actually is. The thing is that I think in the North, in the Islamic religion, someone should correct me. Well, I've seen one of my Fulani friends told me that they don't like their women being alone. So if a woman divorces, it doesn't wait between 3 to 6 months. Another man is already going to marry her. So what you see is not what it is. And then I just want to say something when we talk about the laws, because it's part of what I do. It's kind of relative. It's not direct, but it's relative. These laws in the 18th century, US and Western world now, women didn't have the freedom of protection that the way they have now. You know, um, there are instances where a woman can be in an abusive relationship, marriage. In this is what we're talking about, either verbal or physical. But in most cases, when it's physical, the woman is not protected. Now, these laws were made to protect the woman and the child. Unfortunately, we have seen, I have seen, based on what I do, that some women who actually take these men back, they actually die. A lot of women have died by taking this man back in the name of, let me forgive the man. But fast forward to this generation now, a lot of women, I admit it, a lot of women have abused the system, and they use it as a yardstick to hurt the man. They use the system, they waste the taxpayers' money just because they want to use it to spite a man. But the real issue of why they separated is not being focused on. So they now use the system as a cover-up. So these laws were placed to protect the woman and the child, but it has been abused. And lastly, I just want to pray. I pray that everyone who is with somebody now, who's married to somebody now, I pray that your marriage would last. I pray that you would not be in a situation where you have to make
Amen. Amen.
decisions
Amen.
to
I
keep
claim it
your
all.
mental stability and your physical body intact. I pray that those who are even single, you find somebody who is in tandem with your aspiration, and you also be in tandem with that person's aspiration, and you compromise together and you make it work. That is the prayer, because it's easy for us to say, I don't support it, but I don't support it. You never, if you, anyway, I don't even want to stretch this. And lastly, just be kind. Be kind to each other. Even if you have to separate, be kind. Just be kind. Thank you.
Be kind and cook better banga soup and stash for
I,
your
I
husband.
want exactly what I'm making. I'm making banga and I'm doing suya, so that's why I took a lot of time.
Correct,
I have to focus
correct.
on
I
my
wish you
husband.
female some to me.
Engineer Ken
Hi.
said I should carry go. I should focus on my husband. So that's why we have to extend this discussion to next weekend.
No.
I want to respond
No, but
quickly.
Madarita,
Can I
I
just
want to
add
respond.
something really quickly?
Madarita, una not
Sorry,
quick. All
guys.
the women not quick on to the Irish finance not quick
I
on.
want to
You
respond
not quick.
quickly.
Hold on now. Hold on, sir. Hold on.
Okay.
Irish finance not quick come. Madarita not quick come. Or not quick come. None of that. We talk about this time. Una not quick come. So next week now we'll still talk again. Now go come after 7 hours. It be as it get. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I want to respond quickly from the private chat here that I said something about Pastor Chris' wife. Yeah, Madam Rita said that I was unfair to her, and also Omoye said something else. You know, I'm not taking it like a heavyweight. No, I'm not. Yeah, it's just like, let us clear the air. What do you guys mean? But I'm not.
No. We can't really talk on that now. You were only referencing to these people. You didn't say anything wrong. You were referencing, so everybody's allowed to reference. You never talk much about them. You reference to them just the same way.
Because I'm being accused.
Margarita just referenced to Babagida's daughter now.
I'm being accused that she was bored with Pastor Chris. You know, that's why she left.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I don't know, because there is no time. You know, about that Pastor Chris issue, she laid out the things that was happening to her over the years. And I would just look at it as gas. She was being gaslight for so long, and it was affecting her mental state. You see, you got to think of yourself first. It's not just being a relation. Your mental being and your physical being is more important. See, the Bible says, "Love thy neighbor as thyself." So God understands that every human being must love themselves enough that when your mental state is in danger, your physical state is in danger, step aside.
Okay, now another topic be this one. So more and Mona.
Okay, Mr. Elvis, let me just quickly interject here. I hear a lot of blame on the women for the high rate of divorce, which I completely disagree with. I believe that the men really have a higher responsibility in this regard. I just want to put it out there, because every situation is very, very unique in and of itself. You do not expect a woman who is miserable, that does not have, that does not have what she needs in a marriage, to sustain that marriage. It takes two. So when we're talking about these things, we need to consider the fact that sometimes these things are more mental and spiritual than anything else.
Let me tell you this.
Women are the ones triggering divorce by 80%.
Let me tell you
you
this.
can't excuse such
Wait,
numbers.
1 second. Just give me 1 minute.
The men bear more responsibility.
Just give me 10 seconds.
When the women are triggering 80% of the time.
A woman.
That's inaccurate.
Wait, 1 second. Yeah, a woman should not leave her husband just because she's bored, because the husband is not around.
Well, you're not in the marriage, so how can you speak to the fact that she's bored? How do you know that for sure? And let's differentiate between a black woman in a marriage from a white woman in a marriage, please.
Can I answer your question?
Can I say something?
Hello, everybody.
Guys, after this, I will not speak again. Let me just say this. I will answer your question because she was in London and he was in Nigeria. And
no, sir, this is a story.
Boring.
This is a story.
It became boring for her. And
okay, that's fine. That's fine. Now,
that's inaccurate. It was abandoned.
So we cannot go to one person's home. Let's focus generally so that they don't see.
You know, you reference to that man on Pastor Chris shouldn't become an issue here. It's a reference. Please. You reference Margarita reference to Babagida's daughter. So was that a topic? So it's a reference.
I want to quickly come in here.
Please let me mute everybody, please. Lefties, make it 1 minute. I need to go now.
You see, I've kept quiet listening. Where these women come up with a punch is because they mentioned the man of God, Pastor Chris. And we've been making references to other people that didn't complain. Nobody.
I can't believe this.
The moment they mention Pastor Chris, is why is Pastor Chris?
The man is allowed to reference to
why is Pastor Chris' case different? And this is a man that is telling us. This is a man. His case should be more pronounced because this is a man that
said God's case is not different, sir.
No, Margarita, did anybody attack you when you reference to Babagida's daughter?
To Babagida's daughters? Why, Pastor Chris?
Why is Pastor Chris more
You cannot
Seriously,
teach what you don't
Pastor
have.
Chris
here.
better than
No,
Babagida's
don't be
daughter.
confused. Don't be confused. The
No, I
the
reference to
problem.
the northern. Mr. Okundaye said, I don't know if it's Okundaye said, initially that the people in the women in the north, they even have better marriages.
It was
I
just a
just wanted to
reference. A
enlighten
reference.
him. I
He
just wanted to
never.
enlighten.
He was
The,
not
Hello?
talking about Pastor Chris. He was
the
referencing
Bible,
Pastor
the Bible made us clear that if you want to be his
Oh my
clergy,
God.
the Bible makes it clear that if you want to be a clergy, for those that can stay without woman, please, the Bible did not encourage his principle like Jesus Christ.
No,
You must
now
stay without.
Bible you want to start.
Let's see. We're talking about a
Let me
different
come up.
topic
Let me
here.
come up. Let me just come up. He said he go prefer make you just carry the cross and go. Because women and children are distraction to the word of God. Because if for those who no go fit stay, may they marry. You see, for those. So if you be man of God, so you be real man of God, you can't like to marry. And the Spirit of God, both of them, they handle church. So the Spirit of God, now I want tell me say no, they work. Now go divorce. Now they do evangelism for different places. Bori can't come, flirty can't come. I better more leave this story.
Let's just
This
leave. Is
story
Pastor
go
Chris,
spark.
is he celibate? Are you trying to tell me Pastor Chris is celibate right now as we speak?
No.
Can you vouch
Can
for
we
that?
end?
Celebrate with
Please stop Pastor Chris issue here,
Elvis,
please.
I think you're a believer's love word person because I know you
No,
mentioned it. So that's
I
why
don't
you
want
they
us to.
prepare your body to mention it.
Elvis is trying to
Leave
prevent
believers love
we
word.
not to
This
turn
is
the
we are
topic like
talking
we are
in the
discussing
Exactly.
one
We
spirit,
person.
don't.
and
We don't
we
Please.
are
think about
making
Pastor
Okay,
Chris
reference.
wants to start now.
I'm not gonna talk about any priest. I'm not judging anybody, but this is my last word. A lot of men are under pressure in the 21st century. A lot of men and young boys are under serious pressure. Many of them don't know how to handle this pressure of finances, pressure of relationship, pressure of how to relate and talk to people. But we need to help each other.
Okay.
We need to help each other
Now
and not put people down because of their circumstances.
The only way
Or
people
single.
can have a good happiness in their home, go and vote for Peter Obi.
And leave example. And leave example.
Okay, good night. So I beg next week Saturday we have to talk this talk.
No, the women don't keep on today.
After
See, it
voting
is
for
circumstances
Peter
beyond my
Obi,
control. It's family first now.
And
So these topics,
after-
I love to champion it. I really is because we have to educate our people and help our people. But
all right,
as women, all of you are men now. Are you cooking? Are you taking care of children? And
Oh,
that's what of you are here.
Go and
That's the
eat your
truth.
banga soup, not the
I just go
glorious
chop my
banga
suya. I'm
soup.
not eat banga. No, my husband eat. I don't eat banga. It's suya I'm eating.
Okay, hi, see level.
I beg, pastor, come here. You don't tell that chop suya, beg.
Let's you want to go eat now.
And they try to mute everybody now because we go day here. These women want begin another topic. No,
we are done.
They mute anybody we talk
me
now.
say
Not the
something.
grey again.
Let me say something so that we can go. My people, other thing I would like to add to everything we've talked about today is be watchful the kind of friend your wife keep. We'll go elaborate on that one next Saturday. Be careful. Because many wives, the friend where they get, you see that friend where they do say, I ain't like you pass. So if he see you, good morning, sir, good evening, sir, good morning, sir. Now that be the problem of your marriage, in case you don't know. I just say I add that one, but we'll talk about it later. Next week, Saturday, we'll be talking about this. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you for your time with us today. Thank you. I don't know what to say. I just want to say we are grateful. I never thought we were going to be here for these long hours, 4 hours, something.
Thank you.
So much. Thank you. We can't really read names, lefties. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Niger Watch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please, everybody, endeavor to join us tomorrow by 6 p.m. We're going to be talking about politics, so that we can start kick it off from where we stop. Now, God bless you now. Everybody, good night and bye for now.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, go to biza. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan akanbi. I don't need to competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh. I go show you love, oh. But I know they do competition with anybody. Forgive me, show me love, oh, I go show you love, Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. I don't need to competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh, I go show you love, oh, Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. They do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Oh, tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun nàbí o, ẹ fẹ́ jókù. Alákọ̀bí Ṣẹ́gun nàbí. Alákọ̀bí sábà mẹ́la. Anybody. Anybody? Any bobo. Anybody? Mo ló ń fọlú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti kíníṣí. Délé mo ló ń fọlú, ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé o.